if you're over, maybe we can.
Yeah, we can meet up, or else you can just stay at our cabin over there.
Okay.
When you take out.
Perfect. Thanks, Randy.
All right. April just sent us a message that she.
This meeting is being recorded.
Yep. Well, good morning, everybody. This is Barbara Boyer. I'm co-chair of the OWEB board, filling in for Liza Jane temporary. My co-chair will arrive when she can this morning. And I just want to welcome you all and just really appreciate yesterday's conversation. I thought about it a lot last night. So thank you for all your engagement. I learned a lot from all of you, so thank you. And then forgive me, yesterday's theme in the morning was sunshine, so it is for me too this morning because the sun's going to come in right on my face for a little bit, but forgive me. I'll take the sunshine. So I am just going to go right to item number G with general comment, unless we have any late agenda items or anything else to add on today. Lisa, April, anybody else?
Thank you, Barbara. I think no late agenda items that I know about. There is one point of clarification I think I need to make to the board, and that is, as we ended the meeting yesterday, talking about the climate work between now and the April board meeting. We are not starting the rulemaking process between January and April. We'll be doing public engagement to gather information from our partners, and then we'll bring that back to the board in April. And then I would anticipate at that point we will have the rulemaking approval on the agenda. But I just wanted to be sure that there was clarity around that. So Brenda knew just as we were cutting off, I think she said something about rulemaking, and it really is an initial public engagement piece, and then the action towards rulemaking following that was my intent of what I had described.
Jamie, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just a procedural question on that. And that was my understanding of the conversation, Lisa, thank you. But in terms of rulemaking, there are certain deadlines. You have to keep public comment open for a certain period of time. There are minimums. Are there maximums as well in rulemaking? So technically, because rulemaking triggers a certain gravity of the process. So to your point, I absolutely agree. There's some initial with our traditional partners, also with non-traditional partners. There's some of that work that actually the resolution calls for. But in addition to that, would it be strategic to not immediately, but maybe even before that meeting, technically open rulemaking with an extended process, with an extended public input process, just to begin that? It was just a thought on that.
So I need Eric to help me with this. I think it's after the public comment period closes that there becomes a time frame involved in it. But that leading up to, we have minimums, you know, in terms of assuring that we provide adequate time. So Eric, you want to help me with that?
Yeah, I think that's right, Lisa. There's the minimum requirements, which are built into the schedule that was in the staff report yesterday. But yeah, there's no maximum requirements that I'm aware of.
Eric Hartstein, you said there's no maximum. I didn't. You kind of broke up there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
As far as I know, there's no maximum requirements.
Thank you. Bruce, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Eric. My only concern, I'm not even sure if it's a real concern. If we push rulemaking to the point that we don't have, we have to worry about funding and missing opportunities to go into the correct legislative session or the next legislative session. If we don't, and it pushes back a year or maybe even two. I thought about that, but then I couldn't really see a scenario in which our rulemaking would require any funding request or anything from the legislature. But could you verify if we need anything from the legislature on rulemaking.
Yeah, and for the record, Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator. I can't, at this stage, I don't envision there needing to be anything from the legislature regarding this rulemaking.
I think that's right, Eric. The only thing that I can think of that I would just add is at some point, once the rules are adopted, I think there's ratification by the legislature for stuff that's done in interims, but that doesn't null or stop any part of it until after, if we got to a legislative session and they weren't ratified, then we would have an issue. But I just don't see that as being an issue here. I think the other thing for us to remember, and I think I've asked this question a couple of times, what work does OWEB fund that wouldn't have a climate benefit? And so I think, thinking about it in those terms, there may be things that have a greater climate benefit in terms of footprint and some other things in my mind, but I think what the restoration work and habitat work all have benefit in terms of climate.
Thank you, Lisa. Oops. Okay. I don't want to spend too much time on this today, but go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, just very quickly. Yes, restoration projects may have benefits, but they also have carbon dioxide costs and greenhouse gas costs. And the issue here is how to maximize the benefits by minimizing the costs.
Thank you, Brenda. All right, so I've had some communication about the order of public comment. We're going to move on to general public comment right now. And I am going to start with Kelly Beamer. And Kelly, I'm going to give you, let's see, because I know you're reporting for two people. Is that correct, Kelly?
Yeah, that is correct.
All right. I'll give you 6 minutes. How does that sound?
That sounds good. And I probably won't need 6, more like 4, but thank you.
Right,
So good morning, Co-Chair Beyer and members of the OWEB board. It's really nice to see everyone. For the record, my name's Kelly Beamer. I'm the executive director of the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. We are a statewide network of organizations that work to conserve land. And I'm here today wearing the hat of the Oregon Conservation Partnership. And as you know, this is the umbrella group that supports watershed councils, SWCDs, and land trusts, some of the primary implementers of Measure 76. And I think Vanessa had mentioned yesterday a little bit that we all work together to deliver services that strengthen voluntary conservation across Oregon. And it's been a growing partnership. And I wanted to share 3 updates with you all today. And I'm going to start with an exciting one since April popped that up on the screen. I'm going to dive into the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. And I think most of you are familiar on the board. I know it was mentioned briefly yesterday. In 2017, really under the leadership of the governor's request to OWEB, convened a group of producers, conservation organizations, to really find where the common needs were to protect farm and ranch lands from fragmentation and the fish and wildlife habitat that's on those lands. And so we came up with an incredible suite of programs that include conservation easements and management planning. And you all stood it up, led the rulemaking process. It's ready to go under Eric's leadership, and but it's never been funded. And so we're heading, I just wanted to give aside from the stakeholders' perspective, we've put together a really amazing coalition of some of the original supporters, and it's growing. We just add to this list of logos you see, we have the fruit growers that just joined. So we're heading into the short session really united and are hearing a lot of positive support. There's a lot of money, as we've been talking about, available, and we want to show success. The other key thing about this I'll mention is that NRCS is such a key partner. On the federal side, there's easement dollars that have been waiting to come to Oregon, and we haven't had a stateside match for ASAP Ale and some of these other programs that are really designed to conserve farm and ranch land. So it's really exciting. And you all, as the leaders of OWEB, I wanted to make sure you knew that we appreciate your leadership and that this great coalition is moving forward at full steam ahead. So that, thanks, April. I don't need that slide up anymore. And the next update I wanted to give was just sharing that, our statewide network is really, we're dedicated to creating a really diverse and welcoming conservation workforce that serves, all of Oregonians and the diverse spectrum we have. And that we're starting to really focus on programming that focuses in on that creates organizational change for new ways to connect to underserved communities and understand historic inequities. And so in December and November of last year, we hosted 2 trainings. One was really about dismantling racism and understanding some of these structural issues that may prevent us from delivering services and being as welcoming as we can. And the other one was specific to supporting Asian American Pacific Islanders, understanding that history and developing strategies that we as leaders can use to really involve those communities. So we had 97 attendees among all of those from, agencies that are on your teams and members of your teams to our constituents. So I feel really proud of that. And I wanted to just share that with you all. And thanks to those of you who attended. And this is my last one. I wanted to share just a little bit of a save the date with you all. We are working together to put on 2 conferences coming up in the summer and fall. The first one is Land Camp, and that's going to be held at Linfield College. Fingers and toes crossed that we can be in person in a safe way, but that's going to be June 28th and 29th, and that's really focused on land conservation strategies and land access. And we would love, it's open to all land conservation professionals and restoration professionals. And the next one is Ocean is leading the charge on Connect. This is a really deep partnership with OWEB and a lot of delivery of technical workshops. And that's going to be September 7th through the 9th in Seaside. That one's going to be hybrid. Cynthia, I'm representing Ocean here, but they're really trying to create a platform that allows people to participate remotely, but also get together at Seaside for that. So save the date on those 2. And with that, I think I'll pass it to Jan, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, Kelly. I see Jamie's got her hand up.
Just a really quick comment. Thank you so much for, we talk about incorporating equity into environmental work. And so Kelly, you and your team always do a great job on environmental programs, but really appreciate the folks incorporating diversity, equity, inclusion into your work, and especially focusing on information about the Asian American community and creating safe space for the API community. Not only do we have a really horrific history here in Oregon, but folks have been incredibly under attack the last year with COVID and some of the horrific political things that have been going on. So I'm just really proud of you guys, and thank you so much for incorporating that and showing that is part of the work that we do. It's really important. So just very personally, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, so Jan, you are up.
Good morning, board members, Lisa and staff. I'm Jan Lee, Executive Director with Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, our 45 districts around the state. In addition to the public relations work, webinars, and other tools that Kelly just shared with you, each of our partners also works on deliverables that provide benefits to all of our 145 different organizations the 4 of us represent. One of the areas in which OECD has developed some work is for protection of working lands and development of carbon sequestration, and also resiliency practices on working lands, working with agencies and providing information to our members. And in November last year, we presented a working lands guidebook that Bruce referred to, and had a panel discussion from the Oregon Global Warming Commission on their proposal for sequestration. So we have expanded work in that area, And over the next 20 months, we have an NRCS grant in which we will develop a climate hub for agriculture and for some forestry projects for small forestry. So that hub will provide carbon sequestration tools, financial resources, state and federal and private, federal and state policies, programs from other states, carbon marketing sources and discussion, some stories of demonstration projects and other guidance materials. So we'll be working on research and interviews with our partners and the agencies. And also we would like to focus on OWEB's climate committee. We'll have a section for that. That will be a public portal off our website, so anyone would be able to review it. So we're really pleased with the OWEB climate committee work that's been undertaken. We look forward to working with all of you as that progress moves forward. And I did have a little concern about the legislative schedule relative to climate. And that is that in 2023, we are hoping to ask for substantial funding for OAHP to include sequestration. So if the rulemaking is well underway or completed, that shows that there's progress in that area. But the one thing I am not sure of is whether OAHP will have that same nexus with climate that all of the other grants going through OWEB have. So maybe that's not an issue if OAHP stands alone. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Jan. All right, Vanessa, you are up, please.
Okay, can you hear me, Chair Boyer?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa Green. For the record, I'm the Executive Director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils. And before I begin, I just would like to thank the entire board for your robust conversation yesterday as you really wrestled through the passing of the resolution. And we really appreciated the gravity that you extended to all of the public comments that were received and how you incorporated them into your consideration. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm looking forward to the public engagement period. So that said, my contribution to this comment was to give an introduction to what the Oregon Conservation Partnership has done this past biennium. So it's funny that I'm going last. So you already heard quite a bit, but I just wanted to let you know that we are our last biennium and we are launching into a new biennium. So it's a good chance to touch in with you as a board and let you know how things have gone. We have 150 conservation organizations under our umbrella, and our task is to provide technical training and networked communities and capacity support to strengthen and connect all of them with one another. And we had 20 webinars over the last 2 years. We had committed to 12, but we gave 20, and we increased the number over time to provide timely information and resources helpful to pivoting around pandemic issues and also for wildfire mitigation during that horrific time. I wanted to let you know that we have uploaded all of those videos to a YouTube channel. So they are available on our website, but also the entire archive of Oregon Conservation Partnership webinars are available on an Oregon Conservation Partnership YouTube channel. And I will drop the link to that into the chat when I'm done speaking. We have 4 affinity groups, and the purpose of those is to have longer, sustained conversations across organizations and across geographies on niche topics. And those have been a real hit. We weren't doing them before, and it really filled a niche that we didn't necessarily know was there. The 4 groups, we have one that focuses on estuaries and tide gates. There's one that focuses on a journal club for aquatic habitat restoration, looking at current national and international level literature and comparing it to what we are doing on the ground, having robust discussions. There is a group on pollinator habitat coordination, and there's a group on working lands and easements. And members of our different organizations have been able to join and really get to know each other and build deeper collaborations and connections over time. This has been fabulous. And you already heard about the Connect conference that happened in 2021 virtually. It was really innovative how it came together, and we are looking forward to being able to be in person this upcoming September. One other impact that we've had is we work with GUARD Communications to promote some of our projects and work into articles for earned media. And we had over 30 articles published about different conservation projects in various publications. So I just wanted to highlight that happened, and you should be checking out the news to hear stories about us. We had things in OPB, different television stations, and lots of different state and regional papers all across the state. And we look forward to continuing that work. All of that said, I think that I'll close my remarks, but just to say thank you again. And we are excited to work with you and partner moving forward.
Thank you, Vanessa. Mark, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Vanessa, just want to thank you for all your work that you do and the groups. Your passion is noticeable, and just wanted to personally thank you for what you do. And then last but not least, I want to, that homepage picture that you have, if you can't smile when you see that, that's a tremendous picture. I just love it. Every time I see it, I smile. So I just want to make sure you see that. It's a great picture. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
All right. Did I miss anybody in public comment?
No, that was all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Moving on to item agenda. I think we are on, can't even read, H. So the dueling Erics. Board permission to initiate rulemaking on General Administrative Update Division 5, please.
Great.
All
Good
right, hold
morning.
on. Wait, can you hold on a second? I see Meg has her hand up. Sorry.
I do. I'm sorry. I just want to interject that I realized that yesterday I neglected to mention that the Water Resources Commission has 2 new members, one of whom is Jan Lee, our former colleague on this board and a partner. So, and Woody Wolf is the other new member on the commission, a farmer and rancher from Eastern Oregon. So we're delighted to have both of them. And I should have mentioned it yesterday in my comments. So I just wanted to add it today. Thanks.
Thank you, Meg. Thank you. All right, take it away, Eric. And Eric, please.
Fantastic. Good morning, Chair Boyer and members of the board. For the record, my name is Eric Hartstein, OWEB's Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator, and be presenting this item with Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager. So this is a request to the board to authorize rulemaking in Division 5 for OWEB's grant program. So Division 5 provides the overarching administrative rules for all of OWEB's grant programs, covering things like the basics on application requirements, how applications are processed, grant agreement administration, and how funds are released on individual grants. So other divisions, like we talked about yesterday, provide more detail on specific grant types. For example, the rules specific to OWEB's restoration grants are found in Division 10. Stakeholder engagement grants are in Division 15, and so on. It's been about 5 years since OWEB has updated the Division 5 rules, and some general cleanup has been identified, along with some a little more substantive potential changes, including how match requirements should work for grants where OWEB is provided funding from other agencies to run a grant program on their behalf. So the staff report provides a general schedule of how this rulemaking will unfold, similar to what was before you yesterday on the rulemaking associated with the climate criteria. So starting with the development of draft rules, we would have a consultation with a rulemaking advisory committee or a RAC, soliciting for public comment on draft rules, and ultimately bringing the revised Division 5 rules to the board for approval in October of this year. So I will actually stop there and see if Eric has anything to add before asking if there are questions from the board.
Thanks, Eric. For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. And Eric covered the mechanics really well. It's Division 5 is basically the foundation upon which grant making is done at OWEB. And in addition to the things he mentioned, there are some what I would call minor housekeeping issues that need to be addressed as well. For example, the Division 5 rules still state that the small grant program can handle grants up to $10,000. We raised that threshold a couple of years ago, and so we need the rules to be current with current practice. And so that's the only other item I would add. Thanks, Eric.
Anybody have questions? Gary has his hand up.
Gary Marshall, OWEB board. Thanks, Eric. Can you give me an example of who might be on this rulemaking committee on this, and how many members are on it?
Sure. So we typically have 10 to 12 members on a RAC, and they're made up of agency stakeholders, including grant applicants, grantees. We try to get tribal representation, potentially agency partners that are involved in OWEB grant programs.
Do you typically get some of the same people back on when you're making these different?
We have. We've used some people more than once on the RAC process. I'd like to think it's a fun experience actually for them, because they get an opportunity to really participate in a process that really at the end of the day has the force of law on it. So it's kind of a fun mini legislative process that I think a lot of people enjoy being a part of.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Brenda McComb, for the record. And Gary, thanks for that question. It prompted me to think that, or to ask the question of the Erics. To what degree is diversity and inclusion considered in identification of RAC members to ensure that we're getting a representation of which is broad and includes people who are traditionally underrepresented?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thanks for asking, Brenda. We tried to get a good geographic representation, as well as looking at kind of the composition of who's on the RAC, and if there's sort of gender imbalances, we would look to fix that. And we've heard loud and clear that we should also be looking at underserved communities and tapping individuals for inclusion on our RACs. So we'll be doing that as well.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm also wondering too, people from communities who typically may not be engaged so much with OWEB, but could be, communities of color, people in more urban settings, that sort of thing. Anyway, just some thoughts.
Great, thank you.
All right. Ooh, Mark's got a question.
Well, I'm ready for a motion, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
I have one question, sorry. And then I'll come back to you. So Eric, you had mentioned match. You need some cleanup on the match. Can you explain that a little deeper?
Sure. So the match question is if another entity or agency provides OWEB with funding in order to implement a grant program on their behalf. So for example, Department of Forestry provides funding to OWEB to administer a forest collaborative grant program. The match requirements that we have in the Division 5 rules call for 25% match for all of OWEB's grants. That might not be what the agency or the entity that's providing funding to OWEB has in mind when providing the funds to OWEB to administer the grant program. So we want to provide some flexibility there on those externally funded grants that do not originate from OWEB. So does that make sense?
Yes, yes, that's helpful.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, for the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager, that the rules were initially created at a time when we only had one funding source, which was lottery dollars. And then soon after that, PCSRF, which was blended into our solicitation programs. And so for a long time, the rules addressed those funding sources quite well. But since that time, we've been passing money through from a number of different sources, such as the Bureau of Land Management, NRCS. We've got a couple on the horizon from Idaho Power and settlement money from the Klamath Dam removals. And all of those situations are not really reflected well in the rules because of the time at which these rules were originally created. And so partially this is a recognition of the evolution of our grant programs, leveraging funds from other places and being able to kind of work more nimbly with those funds without the clunkiness of having to do rule waivers every time we want to do something like acknowledge that this is external money that really does meet the intent of match. However, once the money comes into OWEB and we provide it out as a grant, it becomes OWEB money. And so according to the rules, we would have to require the 25% match. And so this would help streamline those situations, recognize those situations that they do meet the statutory intent of leveraging funds, and then also preclude the need for continuous waivers on into the future for those situations.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you. Kelly.
Yes, hi, Kelly Coates for the record. Apologies, I had to shut my video off. I have an unstable internet connection. I will try to fix that at the break. So I just wanted to ask for a point of clarification on the tribal engagement piece in rulemaking. I've been a part of rulemaking advisory committees in the past and understand how the process works. But so typically what would happen is there would be a notice that would be sent to the tribal chair that there's going to be a rulemaking, and this would go out to all of the tribes that OWEB works with, and then there could be a representative from each individual tribe if they want to be on the RAC. Is that correct? It's not just limited to one tribal representative on the RAC.
So, Kelly, what we've done in the past is have the tribal engagement piece that goes out along with it. If you're looking at the schedule and the staff report, it would be that August 1st period, along with the public comment materials. But we could certainly have that bumped up earlier in order to try to get as much tribal participation as possible on the RAC.
Thanks, Eric. So so in the past, the RACs that I've been involved with we've gotten a notice to the tribe. There's going to be a rulemaking advisory committee convened for whatever issue. And then it's up to the tribes to determine if they're going to send a representative to be a part of the RAC. So I think it's really important that tribes get that advance notification so they can have someone sit on the RAC, not just be engaged during the public comment piece of it.
Great, thanks for that comment, Kelly. And yeah, and like I just reiterate, we have had tribal representation on, I think nearly all of our racks, but your point is well taken. And I think we could definitely do that outreach ahead of the public comment period in order to get a broader representation on the rack.
Great, thank you. And again, I'm just trying to, I'm still new, so I'm just learning how the processes work with OWEB. So just want to make sure that I'm following things appropriately and understanding the process.
Eric Williams, did you want to jump in?
Thank you, Chair Boyer, members of the board. Eric Williams for the record. We would have no concern having more than one tribal representative on a rack, and we can work with our tribal liaison, Ken Fecho, to do that outreach and make sure we're covering that engagement as you're suggesting, Kelly. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, Bruce, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. This is a question for Eric Williams. Earlier this morning, Jan Lee and her presentation talking about sequestration, Oregon Ag Heritage, among other things, mentioned the potential use of carbon markets, voluntary carbon market. And I know it's come up a couple times in our acquisition projects. Is this rulemaking procedure going to look at how our rules, a review of our rules on carbon markets and funds coming from that as we move forward?
Thank you. Again, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager. With respect to the Agricultural Heritage Program, that program has its own set of rules which are already in place that allow for grants for both development of conservation management plans on agricultural properties, as well as payments for implementation of those plans. And so those rules are in place, and with a funding source could be operational at any time. The OWEB rules that we're talking about today do not govern the Agricultural Heritage Program. However, they will generically cover any funding source that would come through OWEB to be put out in some form of grant making. And so if there is a source that we don't have now, these rules would be, I think, nimble enough and flexible enough to allow for disbursement of those funds in an effective way.
All right, thank you. Jamie.
I just really want to second and appreciate Kelly's comments about tribal representation, and that if we can get, I think we need to move beyond the thought of having a tribal representative, since tribes are not monoliths, obviously. And since we're talking about geographical distribution, I think if we can get to that point, and I know the resources aren't always available there on the time and staff for tribes, but if we could get multiple representatives on the rack, I think that would really enrich the process and discussion. So just really second her comment and appreciate her raising it.
All right. So Mark, are you ready to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move the board authorize rulemaking for Division 5 of the OWEB grant program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Jamie? Thank you. All right, it's been moved by Mark, seconded by Jamie. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Wow.
Woohoo, somebody's excited. And all those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. So we are moving on to item I, OAHP reappointment. Eric Williams. Somebody, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Boyer, members of the board. Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager, here to talk about item I, which is reappointments to the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission, which we were just discussing a moment ago. For those that are new to the board, I'll recap a little bit of history to orient you to why we're asking you for this action today. The Agricultural Heritage Commission was created by statute in 2017, and in January of 2018, the OWEB board appointed the initial members of the commission. The Ag Heritage Commission is nested underneath the OWEB board, and its statutory authority is to implement grant programs relative to agricultural properties that also provide important habitat values. The program has not been funded since its inception, as I think many of you are aware, and Kelly Beamer mentioned this morning a significant effort going on right now, working with the legislature in short session to potentially fund the Agricultural Heritage Program. And so these appointments may actually come with some pretty significant duties should that budget pass in the short session. The Agricultural Heritage Commission includes 11 voting members, as well as an ex officio non-voting member from the OWEB board. Barbara Boyer serves as that ex officio member. In the initial legislation, the 11 voting commission members were given staggered terms. The typical term is 4 years. Initially, they were given 2, 3, and 4 year terms so that each year 2 or 3 slots are up for reappointment. And the OWEB board typically addresses those reappointments in January. We have 4 on the slate this year because primarily due to inactivity on the commission, one of the slots that was open last year was held over to see whether or not the program would get funded. And if funding was not looking likely, then that person would have probably not been interested in reappointment. With the current energy going on, I think there's more interest now. And so we have a slate of 4 members for you to consider today. The structure of the commission is such that we have some slots that are recommended by certain bodies to the OWEB board for appointment. 4 of those slots are farmers or ranching interests that are recommended by the Board of Agriculture. There's 1 slot recommended by OSU Extension, 2 slots recommended by the Fish and Wildlife Commission representing fish and wildlife interests. The Board of Agriculture also has a 5th slot that recommends a position for agricultural water quality interests. The Land Conservation and Development Commission has a slot for conservation easement expertise. And then the OWEB board appoints a natural resources interest person and a tribal person as well. And so the 4 slots that we have before you today, the first one is a reappointment of Doug Kramer, who's been recommended by the Board of Agriculture representing farming and ranching interests. Nathan Jackson, who is up for reappointment, is an appointment directly from the OWEB board representing tribal interests. We have Bruce Taylor, who represents fish and wildlife interests and is recommended by the Fish and Wildlife Commission. The 4th slot is a new appointee. The previous person who held the slot with expertise in conservation easements and was recommended by the Land Conservation Development Commission has decided not to seek reappointment. That was Derek Johnson from the Nature Conservancy. And so the Land Conservation Development Commission has recommended Nancy Duncrack, who is an attorney with decades of experience on conservation easements. She currently serves in the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts pro bono program, providing legal help for land trusts in the state. And from personal experience is just wonderful to work with. And so the recommendations for the board today are to make those 3 appointments plus the 1 new appointment to the Ag Heritage Commission. Those will be effective this month and would serve 4-year terms. Happy to answer any questions.
Mark, your hand's up.
Yes, thank you. Strong support for the reappointment, but I just want to, I hope Kelly's on listening and others, that this is a really cool program, folks. It's relentless engagement to try to get this thing funded. We've gone through several legislative sessions to try to get this thing funded. And I think that there's a great opportunity for this thing to get fully funded this time, not fully funded, but get funded to an adequate level this time. So I hope that it does. I appreciate those people volunteering to step up to be on this this commission, and let's hope this program moves forward because it is a really cool program. Thanks.
Thank you. Barbara Boyer, for the record, I have a question. Are all 4 of these 4-year terms, or are they staggered also?
Yes, thank you. These are all 4-year terms. The staggering was done initially just so that all 11 members weren't up for reappointment at the same time.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. All right, any other questions? If not, I'm looking for a motion, please.
I'm happy to make that motion. And you see, do you need the exact?
Please.
I move the board reappoint Doug Kramer, Nathan Jackson, and Bruce Taylor to the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission for 4-year terms, and appoint Nancy Dunrack for a 4-year term.
I'll second.
Been moved by Jamie, seconded by Gary. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Eric Hartstein, going on to item number J, OWEB board meeting schedule format.
Great. Thank you, Co-Chair Boyer, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator. So agenda item J will request the board approve a format for virtual and in-person board meetings. This is a continuation of the topic that was initially brought before the board at the October meeting. And in October, staff had put forward a recommendation for 2 in-person board meetings and 2 virtual board meetings per year, with all in-person meetings having an option for virtual participation to accommodate board members that could not attend in person. So in October, the board had a robust discussion on this topic. And if I could summarize, it would be that the board appreciated the flexibility of having an option to attend in-person meetings virtually. The board acknowledged that there are both financial and environmental costs associated with traveling for in-person board meetings around the state. However, several board members also noted how important it is for the board to be meeting in communities and engaging with our partners, not only at the formal board meetings, but in the informal tours and receptions that are hosted by our partners and community members in association with the meetings. So taking this all into consideration, the staff recommendation before you today is to approve a meeting format that would have all January board meetings be virtual only, and then the regular quarterly meetings would be held in person in April, July, and October, with a virtual option to participate in order to accommodate maximum participation. And I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
It actually sounds like you captured our conversation very well from the last meeting. Thank you. All right, any other questions? Oh, I see Bruce, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I think it was captured perfectly as well. And I just want to make a statement before the motion that while I really like the in-person meetings, the idea of having 3 in-person and only 1 virtual is to me not sending the right message on climate action. If it were 2 and 2, I could vote for it. But if the motion is 3 in person, 1 virtual, I will vote against. Thanks.
Sorry, Gary, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you. Gary Marshall for the record. So Eric, can you tell me if, so if we vote to approve this with April being a meeting, is that, where would that be? And would it start with this coming April's meeting? Please.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, we are tentatively planning on having the April board meeting in person in Enterprise. And saying tentatively because, as we're all aware of, there are COVID safety precautions that we need to take into account. And so we will be making the call relatively soon as to whether we're able to have that meeting in person or not. I think what's important now is that the July meeting also would need to be planned if we were going to have it in person. So making sure we have the meeting facilities and reservations in place for July.
Okay, and one more thing. So if on these optional, I mean, in person with still the possibility of remote, what is the level of participation that you're going to have in person to make a decision to go ahead and have this? Given COVID and all of these other situations, is there a tipping point between the amount of people that will be attending in person and virtual to decide to go which way?
Well, thank you, Gary. And I would say that we would have the virtual option for those that need to attend virtually. We would like to know kind of well in advance if that's the case. However, because we will be making reservations kind of in advance. So if we do have in-person meetings, we would like to have as many board members as possible attend in person.
Okay, thank you.
So I've got 4 people with their hand up. Lisa, did you want to add before I go to the others?
Just a reminder, I think if state government offices are still closed for business, I don't think it's appropriate for the board to meet in person. So that would weigh into that, Gary, in terms of when we would be able to go out into communities again. I think that's one of the things we're challenged with thinking about the April board meeting because we don't have a targeted date right now, given what's going on with COVID. So we need to just remember we need to have some flexibility for a bit until hopefully COVID clears up and we can get something back to some realm of normalcy.
Paul, you got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Paul Henson, Fish and Wildlife Service. Yeah, I just pretty much had a question for Eric. Given that one of the goals of holding meetings around the state, board meetings around the state, is to interact with local community members and stakeholders, as well as the board itself, maybe visiting certain sites and restoration projects, et cetera, which is great. But Oregon, on the other hand, being a fairly large state, travel costs, and I think this is part of what Bruce was alluding to with the carbon issue, but also safety, travel. I know I restrict travel for some of my folks in the winter season, especially across the mountains. Is there any? I'm curious, and I'm finding this within Fish and Wildlife Service, this actually significant differential between attendance at virtual meetings versus attendance at in-person meetings, because virtual is so convenient and doable and easy and less time consumptive when you factor in the travel. Is there an analysis yet of participation in OWEB board meetings of the last 2 years of community members or the public in person versus virtual, and to the extent that's a factor in this consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. So just to clarify, are you asking participation of stakeholders and community members virtually, or participation?
Actually, I was asking essentially for both, but I think more, for me, I'm more curious about the non-board members, stakeholders, public, that kind of thing. If they find it easier to go online and watch it as opposed to showing up in person when we're in town.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Good question. I don't think we've done an analysis on who's been able to participate virtually versus in person. I would say that the virtual participation would be also for the community members and stakeholders, so they could be watching around the states. If the board is meeting in person in a location, they could also be participating and providing public comment virtually. While
because of the streaming that we've had in
exactly.
Ones. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Brenda, you got your hand up?
Yes, thank you. Brenda McComb for the record. I share Bruce's concern that having just passed a resolution that indicates that we're going to take actions to address the role that OWEB can play in trying to mitigate and adapt to climate change, and then voting to have 3 in-person meetings around the state, that's going to not only be an expense, and I agree with Paul's point about weather conditions, just to me doesn't seem to align very well. And I too would vote no on this, just simply around the inconsistency between what we did yesterday and what we're doing here today.
Molly?
So I'm just going to echo Bruce and Brenda's comments as well, where I think I can appreciate wanting to meet and all the benefits of meeting in person, but at the same time, Zoom and virtual meetings have a lot of advantages around the climate change. So trying to figure out a way to balance that a little bit better, and whether it's an equal number in person and an equal number virtually, I think is a nice, comfortable zone for me. So that's where I'm thinking.
Mark?
Well, I guess I'll be the opposite viewpoint and for a rationale for it. A lot of boards and commissions meet monthly, and we don't. We meet quarterly, so we only meet 4 times a year. We're revisiting what we talked about in October, but we agreed that maybe January would be a good time to meet virtually. I think the staff has done a good job in saying we could still meet in person and have an option of somebody coming in virtually. I remember the meeting in Southern Oregon where we had the reception that night, and I got to shake hands with a senator, a couple of representatives. I got to meet some of the folks from the stakeholder groups and got to shake their hands and talk to them about how great OWEB is. And I think that was strong support for, continuing funding for OWEB. OWEB is considered one of the best state agencies, in my opinion. That's why senators and legislators give us money, because they know we're going to spend it. And I remember talking to Senator Betsy Johnson about it. And she says, if I'm going to give money to somebody that's going to be careful in how they spend it and do it well, I'm going to give it to OWEB. And that was based on a conversation I had with her in person. And so, what staff's trying to do here is, I guess, split the baby and trying to do a little bit of both. This is a further compromise from meeting monthly to meet quarterly, in January meeting virtually, and giving an option. But visiting some of those sites and visiting the people who were funding with millions of dollars of money and telling them how great their work is, and for us to get a critical look at what they're doing on the ground, I think is really important. We can maybe cut the meetings to 1 day, long days or something, and help even more. But I think, it's a level of commitment to the folks that we meet. And there's nothing more better, in my opinion, than shaking hands with people and building relationships with people face to face versus looking at them on a computer screen. So I will be supporting this. Thanks.
Randy?
Yes, I apologize. There seems to be a echo. Can you hear me okay?
No, Randy, it's a bad connection.
Or you might have two devices on.
Yeah, there's two of you on the screen, so I'm
Yeah.
guessing you may be logged in twice or something.
I'll reconnect.
All right, thanks, Randy. Stephen?
Yeah, this is a tough decision. I know I just went through this on another board meeting where we cut our meetings from 6 to 4 face to face. I think COVID issues aside, I think there's clearly an advantage for us to meet in person. If you throw climate out the window and throw then really there is some real advantage to meeting face to face in a lot of ways. And I think about the public and the stakeholders, it is a two-way street. We certainly, when we get out there, we learn a lot by meeting and talking to individuals on a one-to-one basis and actually seeing what these restoration sites are all about. I think it's very hard to get an appreciation of some of the work that's being done unless you're out in the field and actually looking at it. And I think it's the same from the public's point of view, as having us there and visiting their sites and visiting their local communities. And it shows that we have a true appreciation for what is being done and are getting out in the field. We're not just a group of people sitting around on the screen making decisions. And I say that somewhat sarcastically, but I think, so I would certainly want to make sure that we properly consider the public viewpoint in terms of our visits and going out into the field. Without throwing a wrench totally into this, there are other ways of doing this. And rather than all of us go to a faraway region, we all live throughout the state. And maybe there's a way to coordinate field trips to sites that have 2 or 3 board members going to a location near their own home. And maybe report back to the full board on those activities. It doesn't. It at least achieves a little bit of the public perception of us being in their backyard and caring and so forth, without having the entire full board having to travel to these locations and pay for hotels and stuff. It's just another thought. Maybe it's just an added opportunity for us to get out in the field.
Thank you, Stephen. Jamie?
Yeah, thank you, Stephen, for adding that last point. I was going to say, I absolutely agree that being out and meeting people is very helpful. At the same time, we don't have to just do that during board meetings. There's programs out, there's availability to go out and look at sites. And so getting information that way is really helpful. The other point about public engagement is there was a reference to the meeting in Jacksonville, if someone from a member of the public from Wallowa wanted to attend, not just Liza Jane, but a member of the public, that's about a 10-hour to 12-hour drive. And so that means having to take the time off from work, make the drive, hotel, all the other things that for OWEB members, OWEB covers. Members of the public who have an issue coming up they feel real passionate about are not able to readily access our meetings without this virtual forum. So having that as part of it is, I think, a really great part of this discussion and a great add. That's an important part of public engagement. I think the face-to-face, there's great value there. But it's also there's opportunities to have some modified forms of that, and I think the example that Stephen just gave is a great one. So I think the splitting the baby concept would be literally 2 and 2 to balance some of that in-person connection time, as well as the allowing folks from across the state to weigh in and engage. I know, I don't think any of us like these Zoom meetings very much, but at the same time, it provides a level of accessibility. It provides public health and safety. There's some folks who just physically would be at personal risk if they were to show up and attend some of these meetings at this time. And so I think for the next year, I think this is worth revisiting next year, but I think for this coming year, having a 2 and 2 makes a lot of sense, is addressing all the issues raised. I also think it'd be great if there was an opportunity for board members to regionally go and visit projects in their area. Maybe have some of those as coordinated meetings, or have self-led meetings. If it's a matter of just showing up and looking at them, it'll allow board members to come back and also report out. But if once the conversation is completed, I'd be happy to make a motion.
Thank you. Randy, there's still 2 of you. I like seeing 2 Randys on the screen, but let's see if your audio is working.
Well,
Yep, good.
okay, good. Randy Labby, public at large member for the record. I just want to echo Mark's point. I guess I'm showing my age. I think there's a lot of members on the board that have not yet been to an in-person meeting. And I think it's very important to show support around the state for the volunteers and staff at the local level. I think there's a great opportunity to have exchanges with the staff at those meetings. I think there's a great benefit from having interaction by board members at those meetings. So I'm very much in favor of the proposal. But I'm certainly open to further a different compromise, because I take seriously what I'm hearing from you, that the issues with climate change and the issues with travel make it hard for some people to participate. I just think that's been one of the most important facets of my 8 years on the board, to have that interaction at the local level and show our presence around the state. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Questions, comments? All right, I've got a couple comments. I feel like by going to one meeting a year virtually is showing we're acknowledging that we are shifting the way we're doing things, because, in relation to the resolution yesterday. I also feel strongly that we as a board have an obligation to see some of these projects that we are approving funding for. So that's my angle on the in-person. And I think the value of us coming to visit them is immeasurable. So those are just some of my thoughts. I'm in support of what's before us today, but pending, because we don't know what's going to happen come April, and that decision has to be made sooner than later. Liza Jane is requesting it sooner so she can help do some planning. But that's just where my thoughts are right now. And Gary, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marshall for the record. Yes, I just one more, I guess, final comment. Kind of support of what Randy said, and also on the other end, what Bruce was saying. So, to me, we have to be able to balance this thing. I guess I'm still somewhat in mourning having to go to this total video thing, because I received, well, there's so much enjoyment to meeting and talking with you people, you know, and so I really miss that. I think that was a great part of OWEB for me. And not only that, seeing these other parts of the state and this, you know, the public and people who are involved in these projects and seeing the projects. And so, I mean, that has been a huge benefit for me personally. But at the same time, you know, we have the world is changing certainly, and yes, the health issues, but we are, you know, we have this focus towards, you know, this new direction. It wasn't there. We weren't aware that it was there when I first went on the board, and that's the whole climate issue. So it's we're going to have to find a way to balance this, still get in some, you know, not remain disconnected if possible. And so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Meg?
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. I just want to say that I don't think I disagreed with a single thing that I've heard during this conversation. And so it's a matter of deciding where you come down on this, each of us individually. And I think because of the climate aspect, I would favor the 2 virtual, 2 in-person option.
All right, any other questions, comments? All right, so I mean, we're pretty split here is what I'm seeing or what I'm hearing. Do we just want to go ahead and vote on it and see how it shakes out as is, or do we want to amend it? Jamie, did you want to do a motion? Because I see that Dan has his hand up too. I didn't know if you were going motion or Dan comment.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm happy to make a motion. The time is right, Madam Chair, but I defer to Dan if he's got a comment.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. Thanks, Jamie. Not to drag this out further, but just to point out that I can only speak on behalf of Department of Ag, but it's probably highly likely that federal agency non-voting representatives will be in our continued holding pattern come April. We're continuing to cancel in-person travel and conferences, and I've just seen emails this week regarding grand plans to sort of get back into an in-person mode of meetings and coordination, and yet we're pulling back the reins on that yet once again. So I just want OWEB voting board members to be recognizing that, at least for April's meeting. Beyond that, hopefully we'll see more clarity on the horizon. Thank you.
Mark, you got your hand up?
Thank you. So this might be just, we actually do split the baby, because I kind of agree with Dan. We're probably still going to be virtual in April. But this motion, I see it as for the future. So if we pass the motion, it'll be in my opinion, for the future. And if we do not have the meeting in April, we'll be 2 and 2. So we'll have January virtual and April virtual. And so we'll be 2 and 2. And so, maybe that's going to satisfy some people, but I'm just looking to the future here. So thanks.
Thank you, Mark. All right. So Jamie, you were going to make a motion, but you want to amend it, correct?
No, I just got a motion to make.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I move the board approve a meeting format for 2022 for 2 virtual and 2 in-person meetings to be revisited next January, with the January and April meetings being virtual and the July and October meetings being in person, with a virtual option for all meetings to accommodate maximum participation.
Say the last part again, please.
With a virtual option for all meetings to accommodate maximum participation.
And that's new legislation too, isn't it? That we have to offer it at every single meeting. We have to offer a virtual.
I'm pulling that language from the proposed motion, but it,
Okay.
I believe it is, but I'm pulling
Okay.
that directly. I've essentially taken the gists in most of the proposed motion and accommodated it to what I think works for this year. I think also to speak to, comments that Mark and others made of let's have this conversation again next January to see where we're at then.
Okay. All right, Jamie's made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And that was Gary. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? So because we might be split, I'm going to have you actually raise your hands so I can see, please. All those in favor say aye. I think we're all those opposed nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. I can live with this decision. Thank you very much for the engagement. And I think now 9:16, we are going to go to break, and I'll see you all back here at 9:25. All right, everybody, it's 9:25. Thank you, April. So we are moving on down the agenda, and I just got rid of it, and I should not have. Jillian, you're going to give us an update or talk to us about tide gates and accepting some funds.
Yes,
are you
good
ready?
morning. I am. I'm
All
going
right.
to share my screen. So folks, let me know if you can see this. Good?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, very good. Good morning, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, I'm Jillian McCarthy. I'm the Coastal Programs Coordinator with OWEB. This is agenda item K. It's both an informational update on the work of the Tide Gate Partnership, as well as an action item for the board to accept funds for additional Tide Gate investments. So first, I want to provide some background information on the Tide Gate Partnership that OWEB has been facilitating and coordinating since it first formed in 2016. The partnership is a coordinated effort of conservation and agricultural organizations, federal, state, and local agencies, counties, and coastal landowners that have a collective mission to address Oregon's aging tide gate infrastructure. And this is in order to support resilient coastal communities, to protect landscapes that support local economies, and to enhance the ecological function of Oregon's estuaries. So to address the challenges associated with implementing tide gate projects, the partnership identified the priorities that are listed here. And I'll provide a brief update on each of these priorities. Note that more information is provided in attachment A to the staff report and can also be seen at the partnership's website, which is at oregontidegates.org. So the first priority in order to understand the scope and the scale of the tide gate issue on the coast was to develop a comprehensive tide gate inventory. So in 2019, OWEB funded the development of a coastwide, statewide tide gate inventory that was completed by OSU's Institute for Natural Resources. It was created using publicly available information, which was mainly completed local tide gate inventories, and also a Google Earth imagery analysis that was conducted by INR. So this is available as a layer on Oregon Explorer. The effort identified nearly 1,000 tide gates along the Oregon coast and Lower Columbia. And then the other pieces moving forward as local partners update their tide gate inventories, the statewide inventory can also be updated. Another priority that the partnership identified was around regulatory clarity and coordination. So in 2017, a regulatory steering committee formed to address the challenges that were identified by the partnership related to permitting, and specifically related to the ecological project design review. So steering committee members completed extensive process mapping of their individual agency review processes, as well as mapped a coordinated all agency process to bring clarity to tide gate owners and restoration practitioners who are going through the permitting process for tide gate projects. So the agencies have committed to this coordinated agency process and approach and to continuous improvement of that process. The steering committee meets quarterly, and then a smaller work group of agency staff meet monthly to have regular check-ins and to work on this process improvement. The next priority is around the development of engineering and design resources, as well as planning resources. So the purpose of this priority is to reduce some of the design and engineering costs for individual tide gate owners, as well as to set the tide gate owners up on a design path that helps them meet state and federal fish passage requirements. So to achieve this, the Coquille Watershed Association, through an OWEB targeted grant offering, are working to develop, working with agency staff and a contractor to develop what we're calling a tide gate pipe sizing tool that will help tide gate owners and their designers determine the proper sizing of the pipe behind the tide gate. So this is a critical design element of the tide gate project. And the tool, once completed, should provide both a cost benefit and a time savings for tide gate owners. On the planning side, the purpose of this priority is to help communities, planners, funders, other folks who are trying to prioritize where they focus their efforts for tide gate projects. and the Nature Conservancy through another OWEB targeted grant offering developed what we call the Tigate Decision Support Tool. And so this helps to identify priority Tigate project sites based on user-defined objectives. So this could be agricultural land protection or economic development benefits or flood reduction or fish habitat. So depending on the user objectives and then the amount of funding that's available, the tool will identify which Tigates within a desired geography would optimize their investment. The tool should be rolled out in 2022 along with training for users. The next priority was to establish a Tigate coordinator position, an ombudsman sort of position. And so in January of 2021, about a year ago, OWEB created a full-time Tigate coordinator position with generous funding from NRCS. So I've been serving in that position since that time with the role of being a resource for Tigate owners, for local partners, for the agencies working on the regulatory review of projects, and then to keep all of these priorities of the partnership moving forward. And then the final priority that the partnership identified was around funding, and specifically to explore opportunities for non-traditional funding for Tigate projects. So the most notable funding success was the creation of the Tigate Grant and Loan Program that was established in 2020 under House Bill 4303. It provided $3 million in funding for planning and construction of Tigate projects and the development of statewide resources. And this was funding available through Business Oregon. This program funded 14 planning projects and 3 construction projects that will be completed this biennium. And the priority for the program was to put money into projects, but any remaining funds can be used for the development of those statewide resources that advance Tigate work. So this transitions us to the action item, but before we get there, I'd just like to pause to see if there are any questions.
Sorry, I'm getting there. I can't, when you share the screen, I can't see the attendees to see if there's any board members with questions.
Let me stop sharing.
Okay, thank you. That's an odd feature for sure on this Zoom format. Are there any questions or comments for Jillian?
Well,
go ahead, Eric, please.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Eric Murray, for the record. I didn't have a question, but I did really want to express NOAA's support of this effort and really also express our appreciation for all the coordination that has gone on between the federal agencies, the state agencies involved, the local landowners and local officials, as well as the NGOs. We just think this is a great initiative.
Thank you, Mark.
I want to pile on with Eric. This has been a tremendous program. The tide gates, since I lived on the coast for 20 years, was involved in this effort. And when we had meetings, in-person meetings with dairy farmers and tide gate owners up and down the entire coast along the Columbia River. It was a huge effort by OWEB, Nature Conservancy, and other groups to put this thing together. It is a big problem with failing tide gates, and for OWEB to step up and take this on was a huge effort. A lot of work with the steering committee and working with folks and putting together this proposal. So Jillian makes it look pretty easy, but it's a lot of work behind the scenes that went into this, and Jillian has just done an outstanding effort, and she won't take credit for it. But without Jillian, I think I said this before in October or whenever, but we wouldn't be where we are today with tide gates. And this is a great program, and it's gonna be very good for Oregon's watershed, fish and wildlife, and for those property owners that have those failing tide gates. So it's just a great program. So I just wanted to say that for all the new members, it's a really cool program.
Gary? Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marshall for the record. Jillian, thank you for that presentation. That's really good. I just have an observation and a question. I just noticed on your map, the lower part of the state didn't have any sites identified there. Is there still more inventory work to do? And is that southern coast just not doesn't have any tide gate possibilities? And beyond that, do we have any kind of an idea of the like these 1,000 tide gates that are there now or inventoried, the amount of acreage affected by these structures?
Thank you for the question, Gary. So as to your first question, the inventory is complete. There on the very far south coast, there are not a lot of tide gates there. The Nature Conservancy has been working with local partners with the watershed councils and others on the coast to do more of a boots on the ground survey. And their survey work should be done this year. It should be done in the next 6 months, I believe. And they're actually finding more tide gates than what we have in the inventory, which isn't surprising. So they are finding more, but I still think because of the topography and the way the land use down on the very far south coast, there just aren't as many tide gates there. As for your second question about the land behind the gates, we do know this, and the work of the Nature Conservancy in the development of the decision support tool, they have been able to delineate the land behind the tide gate. And so that helps to factor in to what you're going to get out of that decision support tool analysis. So whether you are looking for acres of potential fish habitat, if the gate were functioning better and allowed for better fish passage, or acres of active agriculture that's being protected by the gate, the tool is able to pull that information and then to provide you an output of what tide gates you might want to focus on depending on your objectives.
Thanks, Jillian.
All right, any questions or comments for Jillian? So I have one. So is $77,000 enough, Jillian?
Yeah, so the last piece here, the action item, is that there is funding remaining. So after Business Oregon made the awards for the grant and loan program, 77,000 of the 3 million is remaining. There's a Business Oregon, we've been working very closely with them on this program and on the use of tide gate funds. And so Business Oregon approached OWEB about using those funds through an interagency agreement to invest in the further development and refinement of the pipe sizing tool. So I described that earlier as one of the outcomes of one of the products of the engineering priority. So phases 1 and 2 of the pipe sizing tool, really to create a beta version of the tool, were what was funded with the OWEB targeted grant offering funds. This would fund phase 3, which would focus on data refinement, on increased functionality of the tool, and then on training for users to make sure that it actually got out and people knew how to use it. So the 77,000 would supplement funds that OWEB has in our governor's priority line item for tide gates. And we would be able to utilize those funds specifically for this tool.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? If there aren't any, I would, Jillian, do you need any more time?
No.
Okay. So I would entertain a motion, please.
So Madam Chair, this is Mark. I move the board accept up to 77,000 of state lottery funding from the Oregon Business Development Department and delegate authority to the executive director to enter into agreements to implement technical studies that have a statewide benefit for tide gate project development with the award date of January 26, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved by Mark, seconded by Randy. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And
Thank you all.
we don't have Eliza Jane sighting yet, do we? Nope. Okay. Moving on to item L on the agenda. Audrey and Eric Hartstein to talk about FIP effectiveness monitoring funding. Take it away.
Thank you, co-chairs and members of the board. I'm wondering if the screen share and audio is working okay?
Yes, it is, Audrey.
Thank you, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. I'm joined for today's presentation by my colleague, Eric Hartstein. What we're presenting to you during this agenda item, as well as agenda item P this afternoon, really builds on a foundation that was established through a very strong and truly collaborative team approach, including Bonneville Environmental Foundation with contributions from Robert Warren and Lauren Mork of the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, and collaboration with the FIP partnerships themselves. Key OWEB staff who've contributed to this FIP monitoring foundation include my colleague in the monitoring section, Ken Fetcho, as well as grants program staff, including our two FIP partnership coordinators, Denise Hoffert and Taylor Larson, Eric Williams, Courtney Schaff, and past members of the collaborative FIP monitoring team, including Andrew Dutterer, Maida Lofsgarden, Renee Davis, Lisa Apple, and Leah Tai. You will see through this presentation and continue this afternoon with agenda item P, each of their individual contributions really continue to have an impact through the strong approach to tracking outcomes from the FIPs, benefiting ecological priorities throughout Oregon. I'm genuinely honored to be part of this team and excited to see the outcomes accruing over time. So today's funding request, agenda item L, has two components. First, supplemental monitoring for the focused investment partnerships that began in the 2019-21 biennium, which I will talk through, and followed by, secondly, a request for continued support for the Bonneville Environmental Foundation, which my colleague Eric Hartstein will explain. Please refer to the staff report for agenda item L. That begins on page 44 of the board meeting ebook that is posted online. We would like to provide a brief overview of the tools that are used to monitor and track ecological outcomes from the FIPs, demonstrating that solid foundation from that collaborative team and how the tools that resulted from that collaboration really build on one another in a logical and scientifically based approach. Long-term monitoring to measure outcomes is an integral component of the entire focused investment partnership effort, as highlighted in the blue cell in this graphic. There are three important types of tools to monitor and track FIP progress. There's a theory of change for each ecological priority, a progress monitoring framework that's for each FIP, and a progress tracking report for each FIP that is updated each biennium as the FIP proceeds. The overview provided in the next few slides will explain the first two types of tools, that ecological priority theory of change and progress monitoring framework. That will put this agenda item L, effectiveness monitoring request for the cohort 2 FIPs, in a solid context, and will also set the stage for the informational update coming up with agenda item P that will focus on progress tracking reports in more depth later this afternoon. The three types of tools for tracking progress can be viewed on a continuum over time, shown on this graphic kind of along the bottom or the x-axis. So time is shown from FIP program initiation, proceeding through biennia 1 through 3, and even getting into the post-implementation phase. And the continuum along the kind of y-axis here is moving in ecological complexity from the more general to the more specific. And with this kind of context, In this graphic, we can see that the ecological priority theory of change is at that very broad general scale. It is useful for orienting each FIP to the board identified ecological priority. Then that progress monitoring framework is relevant at the individual FIP scale. It is used to identify more specific outputs and objectives, and it is used throughout the entire progress tracking effort. The progress tracking reports are then developed each biennium for each individual FIP to kind of demonstrate their cumulative progress over time. The ecological theory of change diagrams are a visual for each of those 7 board adopted ecological priorities. As a reminder, the ecological priorities are aquatic habitat for native fish, closed lakes basin wetland habitat, that's shown here as an example on the slide, coastal estuaries, coho habitat and populations along the coast, dry type forest habitat, oak woodland and prairie habitat, sagebrush sage steppe habitat. So these ecological priority theories of change visuals really show the connections between the species and habitats of concern that are within that ecological priority. They show the major limiting factors, and they show the major strategies that can help address those limiting factors and lead to the desired conservation outcomes. Bonneville Environmental Foundation worked with OWEB to produce these visuals for each of the 7 ecological priorities. These documents are used as guidance for new potential FIPs, and they also provide a general broad understanding about what the ecological priorities are to a less technical audience. On OWEB's website, each of the FIP ecological priorities and some background is described in more detail, and that information online includes each of these 7 theory of change documents. Progress monitoring frameworks are developed for each FIP. They provide a really important planning tool for measuring and communicating progress. The key elements of the progress monitoring framework are a theory of change, a results chain, and a crosswalk matrix, which have been presented in depth to the OWEB board at previous meetings in October 2017, January 2020, and March of 2021. As previously reported to the board, the BEF team engaged with each FIP to collaboratively construct and vet progress monitoring frameworks for that first and second cohort of FIPs. At the same time, OWEB and BEF refined strategic action planning guidance to partnerships applying to the FIP program to help them develop progress monitoring frameworks that would guide their work. Recognizing that those first and second cohorts of FIPs did not have all of this guidance, OWEB chose to offer supplemental monitoring funding to help them address the top 1 or 2 data gaps that were identified through this progress monitoring framework development process. The frameworks are detailed, each one is several pages in length. The next 2 slides show examples of key information that is found within the frameworks. There's a results chain that is a specific kind of applied theory of change that demonstrates connections from restoration strategies to relatively short-term outputs and then to longer-term ecological outcomes that are ultimately connected to the status of the board selected ecological priority. The results chains are important because they help predict what's expected to happen when a strategy is implemented. They show the expected relationships between and among results. They show how near-term outputs and outcomes connect to longer-term outcomes. They help identify key uncertainties or those known unknowns, and they support adaptive management. Although the graphic that's shown here on the slide is quite complex, keep in mind that even that is still a simplification of the real-world ecology that's out there. Progress monitoring frameworks include a crosswalk matrix that lists several specific metrics for near-term and longer-term ecological outcomes. Progress monitoring frameworks have been key to bringing multiple diverse partners engaging with the FIP onto the same page, to use the same terminology, to prioritize and focus their efforts, to identify data gaps and strategic points for intervention. Many of the current FIPs reference their results chain and crosswalk matrix in their planning discussions. So recognizing that that work to develop and vet the frameworks was beginning around 2017, OWEB offered supplemental monitoring funding as an opportunity to each of the FIPs that were part of that first cohort. They identified top priority data gaps and applied to OWEB for supplemental monitoring funds of approximately $100,000 for each project. The funding has been welcomed by FIPS, and the outcomes have been already informing their monitoring and restoration efforts. For a list and kind of short summary of these 6 projects from that first cohort of FIPS, please refer to attachment A in the staff report. Through the process, OWEB, Bonneville Environmental Foundation, and the FIPS realized some important lessons learned that are being actively incorporated in work with the second cohort of FIPS, including the real importance of timing, getting an early start on developing, using, and understanding the progress monitoring framework, and continued communication among FIPS, OWEB, and Bonneville Environmental Foundation about the intent of the framework and how OWEB will use them. And that understanding really helped the partnerships focus their efforts for those supplemental monitoring applications. So OWEB staff are building on those lessons learned, taking a similar approach with today's request for supplemental monitoring funding for the cohort 2 FIPS. As a reminder, the cohort 2 FIPS were funded in 2019-21 biennium and include Rogue Forest Restoration Initiative, Baker Comprehensive Sage-Grouse Threat Reduction, Warner Basin Fish Passage and Habitat Improvement, John Day Basin Native Fish Initiative, and the Clackamas Restoration and Native Fish Recovery Initiative. Following the pause that came with the lottery revenue shortfalls in 2020, OWEB staff have reinitiated conversations with the partnerships to provide an overview of what supplemental monitoring funding offering is, to provide an opportunity to identify the top data gaps associated with each progress monitoring framework. The cohort 2 FIPS are now beginning to develop monitoring concepts for supplemental monitoring funding. The plan is to turn those concepts into grant applications. Each of the cohort 2 FIPS has put some thought into their monitoring concepts and their top data gaps. If the funding opportunity is approved, applications would be reviewed by a team including OWEB staff and external expert reviewers, likely including a couple of members of the appropriate FIP technical review teams. And going forward beyond cohort 2, OWEB does not anticipate requesting this type of supplemental monitoring funding for future FIPS, as they will be already have incorporated that theory of change and progress monitoring framework approach into their initiatives. Next, I will transition to my colleague, Eric Hartstein, to provide information about Bonneville Environmental Foundation's key role in the FIP efforts.
Great. Thank you, Audrey. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Board Legislative Policy Coordinator. So Bonneville Environmental Foundation, or BEF, has really provided critical support to the FIP program since its inception in the 2015-2017 biennium. To date, BEF's work in support of the FIP program can be summarized in really 2 separate phases. The first phase of BEF's work in the FIP program involved the development of the progress monitoring frameworks that Audrey touched on earlier on the presentation. And these were to assist in measuring progress at the scale in which FIPs are operating. This initial phase also included the Partnership Learning Project, which has been instrumental in helping OWEB staff and board understand issues around the resilience, effectiveness, and sustainability of partnerships. The second phase continued the accomplishments of the initial efforts around measuring FIP initiative progress and building capacity for those partnerships. Included facilitated interactive virtual gatherings of FIP partners as BEF really stepped up in light of COVID and the staff reductions that were the result of COVID, and also saw the development of the adaptive management and monitoring restoration initiatives guidance, both of which are available on OWEB's website. In the last biennium, BEF also stepped up to work with FIP partnerships in the development of the progress tracking reports, which will be presented as a part of item P later this afternoon. So next slide, please, Audrey. Thank you. So for this next or third phase of the project in the 2021-2023 biennium, BEF will facilitate and document continued learning within the FIP program, including the third phase of the partnership learning project, which will better help our understanding of the ingredients of resilient, high-performing partnerships. Next, BEF will continue to create, evaluate, and adapt planning and progress monitoring frameworks. This will include a review of strategic action plans completed by partnerships in the third cohort of FIPS, which will be awarded in July of 22. And these strategic action plans will be reviewed to evaluate how successfully planning concepts are integrated into the documents, and if there are any adaptations to the strategic plan guidance that we have available on our website for partnerships. BEF will assist OWEB staff in the development of the second project tracking reports for the second cohort of FIPS, so those first funded in the last biennium. And the BEF team will develop a partnership governance guidance document that outlines best practices for partnership governance, along with a menu of common standards that partnerships can select to best fit their individual needs. And BEF will work with a handful of volunteer FIP partnerships to apply the adaptive management guidance to, and this pilot will provide assistance to the volunteer FIPs and inform any revisions to that adaptive management guidance. And finally, and this is a real critical element for OWEB staff, is that BEF will provide that overall FIP program assessment and adaptation recommendations to OWEB staff and the board. So really it's our opportunity to have kind of adaptive management guidance for the FIP program as a whole. So next slide, please, Audrey. Thank you. So the total request before the board is $700,000 from the FIP effectiveness monitoring line item in the spending plan. This breaks down to approximately $500,000 for supplemental monitoring for the second cohort of FIPS, and approximately $200,000 for a grant to the Bonneville Environmental Foundation for FIP program support. And with that, we'll stop and see if there are any questions or discussion on this request.
Any questions or comments, clarifications? Kelly?
Hi, Kelly Coates for the record. Really great presentation, really interesting to hear about all the monitoring and the tracking that's going on to see how well the FIPs are doing. I really appreciate that. Audrey, you said that in the future, there will not be a need for supplemental funding for the future FIPs. Can you just expand on that, just so I know why you're not anticipating additional funding for monitoring in the future?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. The thought process, Kelly, is that with, say, the cohort 3 FIPs coming in with additional strategic action plan guidance that incorporates the components of that progress monitoring framework, really then the idea is that the supplemental monitoring funding will already be kind of integral into the work that they will do and won't need to be offered as kind of a separate standalone piece. So the thinking behind the request for the first and second cohort FIPs is really just that, the work that we touched on, that the team and Bonneville Environmental Foundation put together was happening kind of in parallel with getting the first and second cohort FIPs in and situated and getting their work underway. So the thinking was really to try to fill in a gap, literally an information gap with the supplemental monitoring funding in a way that would be helpful to those first and second cohort partnerships.
Okay, so basically everything will already be laid out for the third cohort. So you'll already have the information that they need to populate in it. So you won't be building it as you go.
Yeah, it'll be generally correct. That's the thinking, is that it'll be kind of incorporated in through that strategic action plan guidance and information that's provided.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Bruce, you got your hand up.
Thanks, Barbara. Audrey, Eric, thanks for the presentation. Very informative and certainly justified the additional funding. I have a somewhat ancillary question. You really highlighted the importance of the Bonneville Environmental Foundation and the work they do for us at all phases of the FIPS. Early on in discussions at the Climate Committee, there was a potential that we might look at a climate centric FIP, adding an additional FIP to the portfolio. Is Bonneville, has there been any thought, or is Bonneville Environmental Foundation someplace that we might go to help think about developing that type of a FIP? And has there been any discussion about it with BEF?
Thank you, Bruce. For the record, Eric Hartstein. So the role that BEF has been playing here is really, I think, critical in, well, one, kind of looking at the ingredients that make successful partnerships work. So I think they could definitely help us kind of frame out what a climate FIP might look like from that partnerships, and as well as an adaptive management lens. So we haven't had explicit discussions with them on the topic, but certainly open to it if that's the direction that the board wishes to go.
Dan Brown.
Hello, Dan Brown for the record. Thanks, guys. Great presentation. Really important monitoring work to be able to sort of tell the success story here. And really, my question was, some of these resources that BEF are developing probably going to be helpful to others. And I was just wondering, are those posted on the OWEB web page, or how? Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, absolutely. They're up on our website.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dan and Eric. I would just add that already, through conversations on other programs and efforts, for example, strategic implementation area monitoring, groups have mentioned some of the approach and the tools that resulted from the FIP monitoring effort as key references that really kind of help them put their monitoring needs into context. So they are out there on the website and they're being used.
Yeah, so I just to sort of emphasize, the benefits of this work are sort of farther reaching than sort of the FIP program itself, which in and of itself is very beneficial. So thank you guys so much for that work.
All right, any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, not hearing any. We're doing two motions, is that right, Audrey? This is two different fundings, or is it bulk? Is it all bulked together?
I actually defer to my colleague Eric Hartstein on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Co-Chair Boyer. I believe it's in one motion.
Yeah, I for some reason I'm not finding the motions, but that's okay. My fellow board members are doing a good job reading from it. So, So I'm looking for a motion on this. Oh, go ahead, hold on a second, Randy.
I was going to make a motion if you wanted
Go
it.
for it. Yep, go for it.
Randy Labby for the record. I move the board award up to 700,000 from the focused investment effectiveness monitoring line item in the 2021-2023 spending plan to support the ongoing work of the OWEB-BEF partnership toward continued development of and improvement of the FIP program, along with initiating grants to fill priority monitoring gaps for the second cohort of FIP initiatives, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of January 1st, 2022.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Randy, seconded by Kelly. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And we are a little head of schedule. I'd say let's take a 10-minute break right now. Come back at 10:16. See you soon. All right, everybody, it's 10:16. So thank you, April. All right, so we are going to be moving on to item M on our agenda today. So Courtney and Taylor, I'm going to have you take it away.
Good morning. There's Taylor. I was just looking for you in the Zoom screen there. So good morning. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager, and with me today is Taylor Larson, one of our new partnerships coordinators. This is agenda item M and can be found starting on page 47 in the ebook. This is Partnership Technical Assistance Grant Awards. And Taylor and I are going to give a very quick presentation. We do not have any written public comment, and there is no one signed up for verbal public comment today. So Taylor and I are going to give a presentation. Board members are welcome to ask questions throughout the presentation, and then we'll move to discussion after that. And I also just want to say quickly that the Partnership Technical Assistance Grants have been one of the kind of funnest pieces of my job at OWEB over the years. They are really amazing opportunities that we provide to our grantees. But it is my pleasure to really be handing the baton off to Taylor today. He has taken over with this grant offering and has really jumped in with both feet and will be leading this presentation. And I'm getting to hand the baton off to one of what is really the funnest grant programs we offer at OWEB. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Taylor.
Sweet. Thanks, Courtney. And yeah, I'm super excited to be working on this program. I think what I'm going to do before I start talking and distract myself is pull up the presentation, just make sure you guys can see it and hear me. Can everybody see the presentation? Cool.
Yes.
Yeah, so like Courtney said, I am going to be taking over this grant offering, and I'm very excited. I've been with OWEB now, gosh, almost 3 months. So I'm getting close to that, and got into this work kind of through a background in agriculture and working with our local watershed council, stepping backwards into a FIP partnership in the Willamette, and ended up chairing that partnership for a while, and just really excited to be working on this Partnership Technical Assistance Grant Program. Because it incubates these large-scale restoration initiatives and invests in the people who are doing the work, which is super important for the long-term success of any of these strategies. And it just allows folks to, do the coalition building and build compelling cases for the work that they can use, not just to apply, for an OWEB FIP, but to use as a fundraising tool beyond OWEB. So I'll give a quick sort of overview of the program, and then we'll get to the funding request. And like Courtney said, just ask any clarifying questions as we go. So here's a quick little overview of the program. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this, but it's useful for me as a relatively new employee here at OWEB. So you can see this is the Partnership Technical Assistance Grant, kind of has two offerings. You have the Partnership Development track and the Partnership Capacity track. The Partnership Development track is very similar to what used to be called the Development FIP. And so this track is focused on providing capacity to partnerships to produce a strategic action plan, and enhance this existing strategic action plan, and just generally elevate the level of a partnership's performance and governance structure, with an eye towards preparing them to apply for an implementation FIP, or do some other sort of fundraising with those tools. And then there's also what's a relatively new track is the Partnership Capacity track, and this supports just a little more general strategic action plan coordination and implementation. So it's for folks who already have an existing strategic action plan. Maybe they've gone through an implementation FIP. Maybe they haven't done done an implementation FIP yet or are fundraising for their work in other ways, but need a general level of partnership support. So this allows us to be more flexible and strategic, and just not so, I guess, putting people in a box. We're a little bit more flexible with that offering. So this go round, we received 12 applications. We had, 4 capacity track applications, 8 development track applications, and the total request, is almost $1.4 million. And so this is a pretty high demand for this offering. And I think it's, probably a result of, the expanded scope. I think it was just this previous cycle that we expanded the scope of this offering. So I think we're still working through some pent up demand there. And then several folks mentioned that, this COVID time, while it presented a lot of challenges, also provided the opportunity for some reflection and the ability to put some time towards these planning efforts that may or may not get swept under the rug when there's a lot of other things going on in the world. So thought that was interesting. Here's a map. This is attachment A in your board book, and this is all the applications that came in through this offering. So you can see we have a pretty good geographic distribution across the state. We don't have an application in Southeast Oregon, but all the other parts of the state are represented here. I went ahead and threw some stars on here, and we can talk about this towards the end. The orange stars indicate applications that were recommended for funding and are above the funding line. The green stars over here indicate applications that were recommended for funding but fall below the proposed funding line. And then these black stars indicate projects that were not recommended for funding. And just to talk through real quick how we go about reaching those decisions. Again, I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with this. We have an application process that we started back in July of 2021 and received those applications, those 12 applications in October. We had an expert review team meeting in November where we reviewed those applications against the correct evaluation criteria. And then that expert review team made those funding recommendations to staff. Then we as staff obviously take those recommendations from the expert review team, look at the board approved spending plan, and draw the funding line and make the recommendation to the board, which I'm trying to build a little drama for. We'll get to the staff recommendation here at the end of my presentation here. So just real quick, this is the evaluation criteria. Again, sure many of you are familiar with this. We have 4 main areas we look for, and we expect applications to kind of hit all 4 of these. If they're missing, if they do a really good job with stakeholder engagement, but don't demonstrate much organizational capacity, that may, generate a do not fund type application. So each of them have a couple of criteria that, inform the criteria. And I thought it's funny, proposal clarity actually has 4 pieces of criteria that inform it. And so what I was going to do is just step through each one of these evaluation criteria and highlight a project that did an especially good job, just to give you a little taste of what applications are coming in. So on proposal clarity, a project that did a really good job with this came in from the Coquille-Coho partnership. This was a development track application. And what they're doing here is they're working on finalizing a strategic action plan that they've already put a fair amount of work into, that's focused on a long-term strategy for coho recovery in the watershed. So they do a really good job throughout their application, linking all of their proposed actions to their strategic action planning process. This does build off a previous OWEB technical assistance investment that allowed them to get to this point. And they're working really closely with the Wild Salmon Center through a process that has a proven track record of generating really high quality strategic action plans up and down the coast. I think they've worked on 6 other strategic action plans in the coast. And yeah, the application does a really good job laying out a timeline and a budget, and it's clear who the partners are and what their roles are, and they include support for key partners including the Coquel Indian tribe. And that's something we always look for in these applications is, do they support the partners to be at the table who they're talking about being a big part of their planning effort. So it's important that they the narrative and the budget line up, and they do a really good job of that here. So our second criteria I was going to talk about is stakeholder engagement. And the project we picked for this is the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative. It's another development track application. And this one, again, it builds off of two previous OWEB investments, a technical assistance grant and a stakeholder engagement grant. And they're basing a lot of their efforts around a recently completed study called the Upper Deschutes Basin Study and Habitat Conservation Plan, which is forming kind of the foundation of this discussion. And what they're dealing with is just basically water shortages over there due to drought, climate change, and just over allocation. And that's leading to conflict over water use. And so the process they're proposing here will result in a comprehensive water management plan. And what's especially impressive about this proposal and group is that they have 44 stakeholder organizations who are a part of this collaborative and have signed letters from folks who actively participate in the collaborative. So there's several folks from each organization. So they often will have over 80 people coming to their meetings. So it's a pretty big tent. And this includes, county leaders, agricultural partners, land management agencies, and private landowners, tribes, environmental groups, and others. And they meet every other month. And then they have like this committee structure, because obviously it can get a little unwieldy with a group that large. But it's just really clear how that committee structure works and how communication moves back and forth from the partnership to the larger stakeholders and then back. So they do a really good job of illustrating that throughout their application. Our third criteria is technical soundness. So the project we picked here was East Cascades Oak Partnership. And this is actually a capacity track application. And this one's interesting for a couple of reasons. One is this partnership is also applying for an implementation FIP. And so they're already functioning at a pretty high level. They have an existing strategic action plan. What this funding would do is help them refine their spatial project prioritization. So they would generate, a list of projects that they could fundraise for and implement, and then create a monitoring plan and a learning framework that would address any identified knowledge gaps amongst those partners. It also would provide funding to create an outreach and engagement plan. And so this partnership just does a really good job. I mean, if you were to look at their application, it's just very thorough and well put together. So they obviously have an existing strategic action plan, which is part of their application, existing governance documents, and the coordinator who's coordinating this partnership has been with that partnership for 4 years. And so they're functioning at a relatively high level with some good norms that seem to lead to some pretty high level results. And then so the fourth criteria is organizational capacity. So we chose to highlight the Upper Willamette Strategic Action Plan, which is another development track. So this project was put forward by the Upper Willamette Stewardship Network, which is an organization, mostly the watershed councils in the Upper Willamette. So you can see here's the Long Tom, Coast Fork Willamette, Middle Fork Willamette, McKenzie Watershed Council, McKenzie River Trust. And they have a dedicated coordinator that they've had in place for several years. And so they're working at a pretty high level. They do a fair amount of joint fundraising, fund some joint positions through the stewardship network. And what they're proposing to do is to develop a strategic action plan to guide their strategy as a network. And they're really talking about doing synthesizing a lot of existing planning efforts that have gone on in the Upper Willamette and pulling them all into a single document that would, prepare them to apply for large scale restoration funding, including an implementation FIP. So that's that. So kind of in summary, what we're recommending to the board is to fund projects that would support, over 100 organizations to collaborate and partner. It supports the engagement with at least 3 tribes, implements and develops 6 strategic action plans. And 2 of those action plans are focused on coastal coho. So there's 1 capacity and 1 development plan. So before I move to sort of the staff recommendation for funding, I just want to stop real quick and see if there are questions or if Courtney has anything to add. Maybe I'll pop this down. Stop my shares. You don't have to look at all my PDFs. There we go.
Courtney,
And
do you have anything you want to
The
add? Okay.
The only thing I would add, first off, Taylor did a great job summarizing that. So nice work, Taylor. The one thing I would want to add, and I meant to mention this at the beginning, is Taylor did mention that the East Cascades Oak Partnership does have a application here recommended for funding, and also recently submitted a focused investment partnership application. Our esteemed former coworker, Andrew, always said we needed to have a plan when this might happen. And I kept telling him, oh, we'll get to it when it happens, Andrew. We'll get to it when it happens. Well, here it is. And Andrew is no longer here to help me put together the plan. And so we will, if the East Cascades Oak Partnership, FIP, is recommended for funding, we will discuss with the partnership what the plan is and bring that information to the board at that time. But right now, this application, the Partnership Technical Assistance application, is recommended funding. It is the top ranked application. It is well done. And so we do recommend it for funding and to move forward. And if the FIP were to be recommended for funding, we would come to the board with a plan to move forward at that time.
yes, thank you for opening that can of worms.
All right. Do we have any questions or comments on these applications for Taylor? Jamie, go ahead.
If you're entertaining questions on the projects as well, and first of all, let me say, Courtney, given that you're handing over the baton on this, thank you for your work. This is often the unrecognized success of our grantees, is a lot of this initial work in the success of future restoration programs. So just really wanted to give you a shout out on that. Taylor, congratulations stepping in. It's you've got big shoes to fill, and then also really appreciate your summary of the discussion. Appreciate also your mention of this being an opportunity to expand partnerships. And I'll say that especially given the board's resolution yesterday to expand outreach to not just traditional, but also non-traditional partners. That's also part of our strategic plan. I think there's a real opportunity here, both to expand to new non-traditional organizations, as well as help our traditional partners expand their partnerships beyond their traditional base to non-traditional partners. So really appreciate that. You mentioning that, because I know that's going to be a focus for me going forward as I'm looking at these projects. Given the ask about questions, I just was curious about the, if you could provide more information on the project that fell below the line, the Tribal Forest Conservation Partnership project. If you could just kind of give us a little bit more info on that and why it fell below the line.
Sure. Courtney, did you want to take that? Or? Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Thanks, Taylor. And for the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. Just to clarify, you're talking about 8306, and that was actually recommended not for funding. It did not fall below the funding line. It was a do not fund recommendation. Is that correct, Jamie? Is that the project you're referencing?
8306, yes.
The applicant was Trust for Public Lands, yes, okay.
Correct.
So thank you. Yeah, so the Trust for Public Lands application came in from Trust for Public Lands with a proposal to work with the Cow Creek tribe to create a strategic action plan to identify land for acquisition for the tribe. And there were concerns that, first off, the application only had 2 partners in it. Partnership Technical Assistance grants are really intended to be broader existing partnerships. and the application didn't do a good job of describing how they would work with and recruit additional partners within the geography. And there was a lot of concern of not understanding how the completed plan would lead to future eligible restoration actions. With that being said, we did talk about ways to follow up with the partnership, and I did have a conversation with Kelly before this funding recommendation came out. And OWEB staff would like to schedule a time to talk with the Cow Creek Tribe and Trust for Public Lands about opportunities to move forward with this proposal. We do think it could potentially align well with OWEB's Open Solicitation Technical Assistance Grant offering, and want to have that conversation after the board meeting and identify paths forward.
Thank you so much for that. And actually, the first part of that just prompted a second question, just to follow up on that. We look at partnerships as many different organizations within the state, local and regional, but just getting my brain around the thought of a sovereign tribal nation, I would imagine there may be organizations within that nation. And so I'm just curious if different organizations that are part of a tribal government or a tribal entity, if those are recognized as kind of one organization overall as being under the umbrella of the tribe, or if different tribal organizations may be recognized as different organizations or partners for the purpose of considering multiple partners.
Jamie, that is a really great question and a great way to think about it. And we try really hard to leave how we define partnership pretty open and let the partners bring that to us. I would say that is definitely a follow-up conversation we can have amongst the staff here and with the Cow Creek Tribes and the Trust for Public Lands going forward. I would say that wasn't necessarily the way it was laid out within the application, but would definitely be interested in having conversations around that, because we really want the partners to bring to us how they're defining partnership.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
One of the other things I might quickly jump in if there's no other, I don't see hands, is one of the things that we saw throughout these applications is a lot of our partners are really starting to think about how to engage meaningfully with partners they don't normally engage with. Some of the applications did an excellent job of talking about how they would do that meaningful engagement, what it looks like, the challenges of it. Some of them have some more work to do. And we had a lot of conversations amongst our review team about the importance of meaningful engagement, and not it just being, we're going to go engage, but not really doing it meaningfully, not carving out enough staff time and budget time to do it. And so you will see throughout the evaluations, there were comments of, yes, they talked about engaging with underrepresented or not the usual partners, but maybe they didn't have a plan for it, or we felt like it wasn't meaningful. And so it's something that I look forward to continuing to work with all of our grantees and partners across the state and help folks, and with the network of Oregon Watershed Councils, the Conservation Partnership, to help folks really figure out what is meaningful engagement and how to then represent that in their, both staff time and budgets and applications in the future.
Thank you, Courtney. Oops.
Would you like me to throw up the proposed funding slide?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Let's see. All right.
So I just have a comment on 8309 Deschutes River Conservancy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's a great proposal. As far as the large stakeholders, the large number of stakeholders involved, and it seems a small amount of money for a really big impact. So I just wanted to compliment that particular application and highlight that.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I agree. So just laying this out, you'll see that the staff recommended funding line is $796,877, which comes out of the board adopted spending plan was 1.5 million. So this is just for the biennium. So this is just over half of the biennium budget for this grant program. And we're asking the board to consider approving this recommended funding line and provide any discussion beforehand, if you have any.
All right, what's the wish of the board? Any more questions or comments on these? Gary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm willing to make the motion at that point.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, which means you guys did a great job describing these for us. So go for it, Gary.
I move the board award partnership technical assistance grant as described in attachment C to the staff report with an award date of January 26, 2022.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Oops. I think I heard Meg before Mark, so it's been moved by Gary, seconded by Meg. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes. So we are on to break. Is everybody kind of looking at the, Lisa, how do you, okay, sorry. I didn't know if you had an opinion about moving forward. Do we want to go 45 minutes into the OWEB board committees, or do we want to take a 10-minute break? All right, I'll make the decision. Let's take a 10-minute break. Thanks. See you back at 10:53.
So Eric, you're going to lead the conversation off around the committee structure, right? Okay, and then I'll just help.
Yeah, so I'll do the intro, and then I'll kind of kick it over to you for some.
Okay. Okay. Just double checking we've got it together. Thank you. All right. Thank you, April. It's 10:53 and we're going to reconvene on our agenda to N, which is OWEB board committees. And Eric Hartstein, are you there?
I am Co-Chair Boyer. Thank you.
All right. Take it away.
Members of the board, for the record, Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator. So agenda item N is referencing the current board committee structure. And so we will be inviting some board discussion, feedback, and potential action on a revised committee structure today. I will give a brief overview before handing it over to Executive Director Lisa Sharpelo-Hansen for some insights on the committee structure on her end. So for a little background, the current committee structure was discussed to a great extent by the board in the latter half of 2019 and ultimately approved by the board in early 2020. And that structure included 4 standing and 4 ad hoc board committees. So those would be monitoring, focused investments, acquisitions, executive, or now the coordinating committee, climate, water, diversity, equity, inclusion, and strategic plan, which has since been brought into the coordinating committee's scope of work. So I do want to highlight that right after this committee structure was approved by the board, that we had COVID hit and the associated staff reductions to the agency. So, and with that reduced capacity, the new committee structure was implemented. And as you all know, getting back to yesterday's discussion around climate, that was initiated in the climate committee, there's been some really robust discussion occurring in several of the board committees. So, and as these important discussions are occurring, one critical change that Lisa mentioned yesterday is the decision to hold committee meetings in public in order to provide as much transparency as possible to the discussions that are being held during the committee meetings. So the water and climate committees that meetings that met in December and January were noticed and open to the public through streaming on OWEB's YouTube channel. So we really consider this a first step in the process of opening up to the public. So we did not have a public comment period during these committee meetings, rather encouraging the public to provide comments to the full board at the January meeting, which we heard some of those comments yesterday. So today, staff are interested in having a discussion with the board about the committee structure moving forward, as it should be acknowledged that the current structure has led to some significant staff workload, and we really don't see that dissipating with the richness of the topics that the committees are engaged in, and along with the work associated with opening the meetings up for the public and being able to really effectively incorporate public comment. So with that introduction, I'll turn it over to Lisa for some of her insights on board committees.
Great. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that. So I really appreciate being able to have this conversation with the board and think about structure and structure going forward. I recognize it isn't long ago that you had the conversation. That said, I think the workload that goes along with the current committee structure is significant. And we have been in the process of staffing back up and getting, our legs under us at OWEB after the big economic downturn. Along with that, we received several new programs. The 2020 Fire Grant Program, the drought package that came to us during the special session in December, and then potentially we'll see another package for fire for the 2021 fire season. I think you heard yesterday from stakeholders in the public a great deal of interest around the work of OWEB, especially around the work of the climate resolution and the climate committee, et cetera. So as I've been working through this and thinking about public process and having a transparent process, I really have started to consider, is the current format the best for us to be able to do that? I've talked with several of you about some different options. We had thrown out to the coordinating committee a while back, could we scale down the number of committees that we have, being an option, maybe doing some combining of climate, water, DEI into a policy committee, that because there is just a significant amount of focus there, and the discussions are very interrelated when you talk about those three subject areas. The other thing that has sort of struck me even more recently is, by law, we're required as OWEB to have 4 quarterly meetings in each year. And those are typically, I think they're thought to be, they're the funding action meetings generally. If our meetings are going to be, if committee meetings were going to be public, should we consider just doing a board meeting, full board meeting in between each of those funding meetings that are required by law, in lieu of having multiple committees? And this would allow potentially the whole board to be able to engage in discussion. It would allow us to bring the information to the board once, and maybe even bring in some more items for informational items to the board to noodle on. So I throw those out as some ideas. I am not set on a predetermined outcome around this. I just think it's important that we use a couple of principles. I think public engagement is incredibly important. I think transparency to our process is incredibly important. And I think inclusion is really important to the process and the work of OWEB. And so I put that out there to get reactions and response and thoughts from all of you in terms of ideas to go forward.
All right, any reactions or comments? Go ahead, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly Coates for the record. I think committees are something that every board struggles with. I know I've had experience with this in the past on boards as well, and also just staff workload. So really want to acknowledge how much the staff has been doing. And if there is a way we can kind of lift that burden a little bit off the staff, I think that would be great. So I'm open to any and all ideas that folks have. Can you please let me know how many standing committees we have right now? That way I can kind of just start to think about it in my mind.
Sure. Eric, do you want to respond to that? You have them, I think, in front of you.
Absolutely. So we have the monitoring committee, focus investments committee, acquisitions, coordinating. The water committee was just made a standing committee at the last meeting. And you know, the climate committee has been meeting often as well, even though it's still technically an ad hoc committee.
So is that a total of 6?
Understood. I think DEI has a committee as well. Did you mention that one, or did I miss it?
Yes, but DEI is it's technically still an ad hoc committee. Yeah.
Okay, Brenda.
Yeah, thank you. Brenda McComb for the record. I guess my first question to board and staff is there something about the current structure that is not working and needs to be fixed?
So thanks for the question, Brenda. I'll respond. It's not necessarily not working, it's workload. And it's really trying to balance the workload of the staff with the traditional work that we have at OWEB, which was already a full plate for staff, along with the new work that has come in, and then adding, the transparency to the process, which adds a little more work as well.
So there is something broken then, and that is the workload. So I think to Kelly's comment, is there something that can be done to try to relieve the workload while still maintaining the structure, which seems to be working okay?
Randy?
Randy Labby, public at large member. As a fairly short timer, I'm trying to throw out an idea. It seems to me that committees have been unusually active over the last year or so because of their newness and because of the need to create the infrastructure of their work, if you will. The acquisitions committee is only active when necessary and meets irregularly and has ex officio members of it. It's not, I don't know that, I don't consider it a standing committee. Perhaps some of the committees can evolve to that status where they're, when they meet as needed and not regularly. So I just throw that out.
Thank you, Randy. Mark?
Well, Lisa, could you summarize? I mean, you and the staff have talked about this, and you did summarize a little bit. I wasn't paying as close attention as I probably should. Summarize what you perceive it would be an option for us to consider. One more time.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Thank you. So one option to consider is maybe taking it to 3 standing committees, which would be a policy committee, the coordinating committee, and Eric, help me with what the third one was. Policy, coordinating,
Grants
committee. That was one option that we considered. The other option that we've noodled on a little bit is the idea of having a full board meeting, open public board meeting in between. That's more of a work session board meeting with the information and a public comment period for the work that's going on. I think the conversation, there was a tremendous amount of work done on the resolution prior to me coming to OWEB, and there was a lot of work done between the October board meeting and January, and the public's interest in it. It might have benefited from having bringing a product and then having a full board discussion with the public comment in a different way. So the idea would be to have a board meeting in between that's really a work session. I don't want to call it a special meeting because there's meaning to that in terms of the public meetings law.
Bruce?
Yeah. Well, I've listened carefully, Lisa, to your concerns, and I like some of the things that some of the options. I think we have to remember that we're an 18-member board. When I started on the board and we looked at committees, people were asked what committee they would like to serve on. Where do they have an interest? So there are various members of the board that have particular interests that could lend their expertise to a specific committee. They were able to choose to go on those and have robust discussions in a smaller group. The idea of not having committees and just doing a special alternating special or meetings of the full board, I think will preclude us from producing the type of work that you propose, that you envision coming before the board. The consolidation makes a lot of sense to me. Water and climate often speak interchangeably about the same things. And we also have what I would consider program committees, which are acquisition, as Randy says, that tends to be when needed, monitoring, FIP. We've had experience of doing joint monitoring and FIPCA meetings. So if we were to have a program committee, which included monitoring, FIP, and acquisition, the agenda of that particular committee could be adjusted based on funding cycle and the type of information that needed to be dealt with. A policy committee with water and climate, again, could meld, I think, quite nicely. To say that all of the time, I think the 9 or 10 meetings that the climate committees had in the last year and a half were spent on the resolution is incorrect. There was a great deal of time spent on trying to define certain the climate lens, accumulating information, which ended up being the work that Audrey did. And there's still more work to do, as has been stated. At this point, I don't think I would recommend putting the DEI in the policy committee because there is so much that we're learning and we're at that point of having a lot of new information come forward and how we integrate. I would suggest that we expand the DEI part to a DEI/environmental justice, because I think we need to understand that they are not the same, not necessarily the same thing, and both need to be adjusted. Frankly, we had a coordinating committee where a lot of things were discussed, and with the idea that that would be information from those would be disseminated to the full board. And we didn't have a report on at least the last one. Maybe these alternate meetings, full board meetings, could replace the coordinating committee altogether. So I would say, as at least a straw man, we could go to 3 standing committees: policy incorporating water and climate, DEI environmental justice, standing by itself, at least for the time being. Maybe at some point it could go into the policy committee, and a program committee incorporating monitoring FIP and acquisitions.
How is that different from what you proposed, Lisa? Is that pretty close?
It is pretty close. Yeah, I think this is, so I'm still new to the party and trying to figure some of the stuff out and make all the correlations. I think I had thought DEI incorporated with the policy because I think they go together, but I'm open to what the right mix is. You all have the experience, and it's just a matter of trying to find something that's a little more manageable. How's that?
Yeah, Lisa, let me say one last thing, and that's I forgot to mention the transparency part. I think your idea on the open meetings and going to the YouTube platform on our channel has proven to be the right call, and there has been interest, and it continues. Expanding that to have the chat feature, so real time we could have input, I think is even better than having testimony. It gives you the chance to people to hear things and make comments. And as long as we run the meeting where we are checking for chats and dealing with input as it comes in, really addresses the transparency better than we've ever done at the committee level. So thanks for that.
Stephen?
Follow up from Bruce's comments. The monitoring committee the currently chair was actually started out as a much broader committee. It wasn't designed to be looking at the current funding monitoring programs. In fact, it was recognized that monitoring is part of basically all of the things OWEB does, FIP and engagement at the time, and all of the programs have some element of monitoring. And I think the composition of the original monitoring committee was to select one person from engagement, one person from FIP, and one person from the various other activities being done, because monitoring was really part of everything. So we were looking at a higher level of monitoring per se, including performance measures and so forth. So that's one aspect of it. The second is that the getting people volunteers for these committees, I think is also something to consider. I think Bruce touched on it a bit, as I know when climate came up and water and even monitoring, a lot of people said, wow, there's something really I have some expertise and interest in, and I think I could contribute and would spend my time doing that on. I think if you, just tongue in cheek, if you go to policies and things like that, I'm not sure I would dive into a policy subcommittee unless it had specific charges that related to things that you could feel you could have a significant input on. I don't have an answer. I as chair of the monitoring committee, I don't think we would have any problem if that continues to have any open meetings,
So Stephen, you're gonna put your microphone on. Thank you.
Yes, now I'm back to
Okay.
again.
Okay, thank you. Mark.
Well, so we're in agreement then that Liza Jane will chair the committee and that she'll take over, and that so about a 4-month workload for. Is that correct, our board members? I think we agreed to that.
That's what I heard. It's pretty unanimous.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Liza Jane. Good to see you back.
You see, she disappeared already.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Thanks everyone for this discussion, and Lisa, thanks for bringing it forward for board consideration. You know, a important part of your job is going to bat for your team and letting the board know when the pressure's building up. So really appreciate that. I was thinking this topic, it's like, okay, why do we do this? What's the purpose of the committees? And so the way I've been seeing them is really being able to get into the weeds on topics before they go to the full board, and also to be able to provide staff with some initial feedback to get a better sense of what may come up at the board meetings to really help prepare for these fuller discussions. I mean, your idea that you proposed, and I've seen this work well in cities where there's kind of what cities would call a study session to talk about the ideas and go into the weeds on it. So I think some of that consideration, what that may look like, then there may be some grappling. And from what I think I heard Stephen say, the sense of like, okay, when do you know when to show up and when the topics are going to be of interest? So I guess that may, if there was a standing meeting, that thing about getting into our calendar so we can attend if there's an area of interest that may come up. I will flag that with change. That's why I actually integrated into the motion on the meeting schedule, is we may want to consider trying something for this year and then revisiting it next January and just see if it works, because we do have a lot of stuff we're covering. I really appreciate Randy's comment of saying that startup or incorporating some big ideas, whether it's climate or DEI, will take a additional workload. And I mean, we've all know that there's a tremendous amount of work that's being done by our partners, by our team, by our staff. And now we're looking at digging deeper into climate. So we do have some additional staffing for that, but it's a major way of changing our thinking. DEI is even bigger. And so that very fundamental looking at how we do things and trying to adapt to make sure we're serving all Oregonians, which I'll go back to time and time again. I think diversity, equity, inclusion, environmental justice, throwing some of those other ideas in as well. I think at one point, Barbara had the JEDI acronym, which I thought was a great acronym as well. However we look at that, making sure we're taking a step back. Our whole state, our whole country has had a really great reflection in this past year to realize, for those who it wasn't part of their everyday experience, who were like, yeah, welcome to the awareness club. But for those who weren't aware, who were in a place of privilege, getting to see just how out of whack and how unlevel the playing field is. Now that we know, it really, I believe we are absolutely obligated, per the very essence of the direction of our organization, to serve all Oregonians, to really dig deep into understanding and figuring out how we incorporate, learn things that we don't yet know, and to really truly serve all Oregonians. And we're kind of throwing that under the DEI hat. And I appreciate Bruce's comments about the concern about kind of throwing everything into one bucket. I mean, there are obviously interrelated things between water and climate. That's true really of all our work. And one of the reasons why, and I'm guilty as charged, I happen to serve on all three of these committees, and I keep bringing up each of these issues in each committee to drive home the point how interrelated DEI is in all of our work. If I served in those other committees, believe me, I'd be bringing up in those committees as well. So just consider yourself fortunate that I don't serve on those committees as well. But it really goes to the point of how do we do this work while also being aware of trying to not overtax staff, but recognizing that taking on this work and going through this learning is additional work. So it really challenges us to say, does that mean we need to step back in some other areas? Or are we really serious about DEI? And for those who are newer to the board, one of the conversations we had after first establishing the DEI committee, or the ad hoc committee, was first we were looking at it as a separate committee, and then we thought, oh, let's tie it into the coordinated committee because it impacts everything we do. And so that seemed like a really great solution. And then we realized that the coordinating committee wasn't talking about it at all. So it was getting bumped down to the bottom of the agenda and not discussed. We need to find a way to bring it into our conversations and make it integral to our thinking and the work that we do. Otherwise, I will continue to be a pest. I can warn you all right now. So I'm not sure if that is so much I don't know if that looks like a policy committee or what exactly that looks like, but I don't think that we can, I don't think DEI, and because that's structural, that's fundamental, that discussion. And so I think that is a very powerful and really a standalone, and at the same time needs to be integrated into the how of everything we do. Then just two other quick comments. The involving the public more, I think it's a great idea. Lisa, good job on that. We'd had the discussion before, and so when you were introducing that, and there was some discussion on it, I think you were spot on, and so really appreciate that. And then lastly, the coordinating committee, which used to be the executive committee, often provides that initial before coming to the full board, are issues ripe to bring to the full board? Is there additional discussion that's needed? That has traditionally been the kind of the chair of each committee. And if we dramatically change the structure of the chairs, that really changes who's on that coordinating committee. So just to flag that, I don't have a great answer or solution for that, but I just wanted to flag that because that's one of the purposes of the coordinating committee.
Thank you, Jamie. Bruce.
I just wanted to add that having thought about this, I realized there was a fundamental difference between what I talk about on policy committees and program committees. And that is where the information comes from, the initial information for the meeting. On the program, almost exclusively information is given to the committee from staff. It is provided up front, delivered for consideration at the committee meetings. On policy meetings, whether they be DEI, water, climate, at some point, if necessary, strategic plan, the ideas are often coming from outside, either from members of the committee, from the general public, and in climate, they came from Governor Brown or the Global Warming Commission. So there's a fundamental difference to where information comes from and what consideration is made. That may have a significant impact on staffing and the workload, but I think it's just something that should be noted.
Brenda?
Yeah, thank you, Brenda McComb, for the record. I just want to follow up on Jamie's comment. I'd be really cautious about trying to lump these current committees into broader committees, because the depth of discussion on topics is really rich when we have these opportunities to get a group of people who are knowledgeable and passionate about a topic together online, or at some point in the future, perhaps in person. And I think that yes, there's a balance here that needs to be struck with workload, but I don't think we should be really careful about not letting that diminish the richness of the discussion. And to the DEI issue, I will say I've worked at a number of institutions, both federal agencies as well as universities, and there is a lot of discussion around DEI. But when you get right down to it and you start making decisions, DEI is always the last thing on the list. It doesn't get the attention that it deserves, ever. Any place I've ever worked, has it ever gotten the attention that it deserves? Because other things always seem to take higher priority. So I really encourage this group to think about maintaining that committee and maintaining that rich discussion that DEI does deserve.
Meg?
Thank you. I want to echo what Bruce and Brenda and Jamie have said about the DEI committee, or a DEI committee. I just think, for all the reasons they've already stated, it's harder. And so it's easy for it to get, if it doesn't have its own identified place, it's just too easy for it to kind of go to the back of the line. So I would also encourage keeping that as an active committee. I personally, I don't have I think the idea of if we have workload issues, which we clearly do, and it seems that having fewer committees will help, even if we're still tackling the same topics. Lisa, is that accurate? That if we're tackling the same stuff but with fewer committees, that would be helpful.
I think so, because it's preparing for less meetings.
Okay, that's what I was assuming. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and yeah, so I mean, I think so having a policy committee that takes on things like water and climate, I mean, I think we can at least try that and see whether it works well. And then the other monitoring FIP acquisitions, Lisa, you would have called it grants and Bruce would call it programs. I think either way that can work as a combined grouping. I've been a member of the first executive and then coordinating committee for a while now. And I think I'd be curious to hear what other board members and staff think, but I actually think we could do without that committee. I haven't seen it in my tenure add tremendous value, really. So I'd be curious to hear what other people think about that.
So having only attended, Barbara Boyer for the record, only attended, I think, 2 coordinating committee meetings since becoming co-chair. I don't really have an opinion on that. Maybe that committee could just be a check-in a week later with just the co-chairs with staff as the duty of a co-chair. It's just something to throw out there, just to kind of debrief from the meeting. We do a check-in a couple weeks or 3 weeks ahead, but maybe it is the time that just the co-chairs loop back after the meeting instead of the whole committee. So that's an interesting idea, Meg.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was thinking that, but I didn't want to volunteer you and Liza Jane for additional duty. So I'm glad you brought it up.
Well, and they're brief. I mean, I don't see them as very long. I mean, they're just check-ins and what went well, what didn't go well, type of conversation. Mm-hmm. So Mark, I'm gonna just continue on for a second, okay? I think the issues that we are dealing with are really meaty that almost need full board discussion. So my question to the climate committee, with that resolution work, do you think that having the full board in there, in that whole conversation from start to finish, would have hampered that effort? I felt like I heard that from Bruce. So Brenda, you're on that committee, your hand's raised.
I think that there is a point where the full board could come in for a discussion, but I think to get to the point where the resolution was focused and clear, took a smaller group to really delve into that rich discussion. I think initially there can be too many cooks in the kitchen, but at some point you've got to get all the cooks there. So I think there's a balance. I don't think that it could have started from the get-go with everybody in the room and been effective.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah. So I'm fairly new to the climate committee, but I do agree with Brenda. And it has been my experience in the past that having the committee to vet things with and get things really drilled down before presenting to the full committee for review is very helpful and oftentimes a time saver at board meetings. So I think it's worthwhile for that. I was actually going to comment on some of the ideas that have been thrown out here. I like the idea of having a policy committee that combines water and climate, because I do think that there are a lot of the same things. There's a lot of overlap there with the discussions. And so I think that makes sense to me. I think having a grants committee that tackles monitoring FIP and acquisitions also makes a lot of sense. And then keeping the DEI as a standalone ad hoc committee for now, until it becomes second nature to fold DEI into all of the other conversations that we're having. But I think for now, since we're still in the learning phase, it's important to have that as a standalone and have those conversations. I also like the idea of the coordinating committee, either meeting as necessary or just being that meeting between the co-chairs and the staff. I think that could probably help save a lot of time, but I think this, how it's been laid out, also allows us to really dig into the content that each of the committees are dealing with, while also lessening a little bit of that burden on staff and preparation time that they have to do for each of the meetings. So.
Thank you. Bruce?
Yeah, Barbara, since you mentioned me by name, I'll answer your question the best I can. I think that any subset of the full board would have been perfect for the climate committee, but the full board, as it stands, I think would have been too cumbersome. The climate committee spent 6 hours on 2 sentences, and hard work. When we tend to use the whole, when my experience with the whole board, a large board like this one of 18, is that when we've worked on policy issues as a board, we've required facilitators. We use facilitators for our strategic plan. We're using facilitators for our DEI. And I think that is, by its very nature, tells us that large of a group needs that kind of a structure to function effectively and efficiently. So there was never any exclusion on it. It's just when you drill down, as Brenda has talked about and as Kelly talked about, I think a committed smaller group responsible to the larger group is the best way to go.
Thank you. Mark?
So I was going to see if we could close the loop on this. So Bruce had some ideas. Staff said that they could live with that. And then people weighed in, and it sounded like Kelly's was pretty close to what Bruce was proposing, or in the ballpark. I didn't write things down, so I apologize. But is there a way, either Bruce or Lisa, or you could summarize what you think you heard, and so we can say, okay, let's take a vote and see if we like it or not, given that how everybody weighed in.
Mark and Lisa, I apologize for stepping in. Please forgive me. But in recognition of empowerment of newer leaders, since Kelly came up with potentially a really good motion, and Mark, you referred to it specifically, why don't we just see if Kelly is willing to make a motion on this and have people comment on it respectfully to everyone.
Is this really an action item though, or is this more discussion? It does say action on there.
We did notice it as a potential action item.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's number N, and there is a potential motion there.
Okay, thank you. I was looking at the staff report.
So if I can just add one thing, and then I'm good with Kelly. Thanks. If the board wants to think about this, and not take action till April, that's fine. I want you guys to be comfortable with the direction, but the conversation I really do appreciate, because it is a matter, and you're getting the sense of the need to balance the prep work. So thank you so much for that.
So I need a little more clarity. So I wrote policy, programs, and then climate and DEI or ad hoc. So go ahead, Kelly.
Sure, and I'm happy to propose the motion if the board is ready to do that at this meeting. But how I had it is the policy committee, which would be a combination of water and climate committees, the grants or program committee, which would be combining the monitoring FIP and acquisitions committees, and then a standalone DEI ad hoc committee for now. And then the coordinating committee, I will defer to you, Barbara and Liza Jane, on the determination of whether you keep the committee structure, the coordinating committee structure as is, or that becomes a co-chair staff meeting. But that's how I had things laid out in my mind.
So where did climate fall in there? The climate committee, I'm sorry, I didn't see where that fell in there. And that
the climate and the water committee would be combined into a policy committee.
Policy. Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to second that motion.
Okay. All right.
Do you want me to do the motion and then
well,
try?
hold on. We're gonna go into discussion. Because I have Liza Jane, Mark, Brenda. So, all right, we have a motion on the floor. It's open for discussion. Liza Jane.
Thank you. It's good to join you all. This is Liza Jane. What I remember about the coordinating committee, it was set up as almost a screening device, so that when our highly ambitious staff heard something, they just go right to work on it. And so we were looking for a way to kind of sift away from the idea stage, so that it could be run through the coordinating committee to determine whether it goes back to the committee or it goes to the full board. And so that's what I understood the purpose of that is. That doesn't mean that it's still a need or something that we even want to have. That's probably up to you, Lisa, to decide whether you need that. I feel like if you have an executive committee, which would be the co-chairs that you would meet with, that's again your call. I'm more than happy to do that at any time, but it's how these committees can serve the organization and the staff is how I see, and then keeping our board functioning well. But as far as that coordinating committee, executive meeting, whatever you want to name that, I'm in, as long as it's worth it, that we're doing the right thing.
Thank you. Mark?
Lisa, can you live with that motion? That's what I'd like to know what staff's opinion is.
Sure. I think it is a great place for us to start and try. I liked Jamie's idea about let's try it and we can revisit it. I think that the co-chairs, however we do that post a meeting and before a meeting to do the check-in, did we get it right in terms of agenda? Did we hit or miss? Is great. The other thing that I love about the three committees and that they're public meetings, the board can go back and listen if they want to. And so we are getting some more dissemination of the conversation earlier as well. So I think it is a fine place to start. Mark.
Thank you.
Brenda.
Yeah, thank you. We have a motion and a second, but I'm not sure I fully comprehended the motion.
Okay.
I was having a hard time. I'm sorry. Kelly, would you mind repeating that?
Sure. So let me give the official motion and then I'll add on what I said just so we have it for the record. So this is Kelly Coates. I move the board adopt the committee structure as discussed today. Moving forward, combining the water and climate committees into one committee that will now be named the policy committee, combining the monitoring FIP and acquisitions committees into one committee that would be called the grants committee, and keeping the DEI committee as it stands currently as an ad hoc committee, as well as keeping the coordinating committee. And I could use a little help on this one because I'm not really sure what we landed on with that.
Thank you.
I think
Thank you, Kelly.
just a debrief with the co-chairs instead of the chairs of the committees.
And keeping the coordinating committee, but making it a debrief with the co-chairs and the staff. Hopefully I got all that.
Thank you.
All right, one last comment from Bruce. Oh, Liza Jane.
Yeah. Kelly, with your permission, first off, I think what we just said was we just eliminated the coordinating committee, right? As such. I mean, we've always had the debriefing, and based on what Liza Jane was talking about. So I think we could take that off your motion if you're agreeable. It's not necessary to have a committee of the co-chairs to talk to the director. And I will ask the question and defer to others whether it is important to have environmental justice specifically named on the DEI committee. I don't believe it's an ad hoc. I don't believe anybody called for an ad hoc committee, but in fact a committee. Okay.
Lisa?
I think we hit the clarity. I wanted to make sure I had understanding about the meeting with the co-chairs. Is it a committee or not? Because of the meeting notice part of this that we've been talking about. And so if it is, and my understanding and how I think it's most efficient, it's a meeting with the staff and the co-chairs. Debrief. That's how I would handle it. That is not a public meeting. And then we would have 3 committees in which those 3 would be public meetings. I would ask the question, do we want to call it policy, or do you want to call it water and climate? And if that's what we're addressing, and that way it stays clear. Because one of the things I struggled with coming in was understanding the subject matter in some of the current committee structure. So it's something to think about in terms of the clarity of the names of the 3 committees. But in terms of content, I think you're spot on. And I understand that it would just be a debrief with the board co-chairs with the team.
So Kelly, do you want to withdraw the motion so we can kind of work on it again? Do you mind?
This is Kelly Coates for the record. I respectfully withdraw my motion.
Is there a second? Jamie?
Well, I believe she can just choose to withdraw, but if she wants to just restate with those clarifications, I'm happy to provide a second what I understand her motion is going to be.
I don't understand it.
I appreciate that. So here's just as an example, part of how I see DEI is also empowering people to step forward into leadership roles, including our tribal representative, including a younger woman who is now on our board. And that is why I think Kelly has nailed it. I mean, there's been a lot of additional comments, so she's been tweaking and accommodating the additional comments. And so that was why I had suggested that she step forward. I think it's now just a matter of her restating and dropping that last clause that references the coordinating committee. I think it's otherwise there. And then to Bruce's comment, adding environmental justice to the DEI committee, I think rounds that piece out. But I would just encourage us to support one of our colleagues in stepping forward and making this motion.
And then do we want to change it to water, climate instead of policy? Jamie, what are your thoughts on that?
Either. I think Lisa makes a good point on having it specific. The counterpoint to that is, what if other policy issues come up? Where do they go? But so either way, I support either way.
Liza Jane.
Thank you. This is Liza Jane. I want to be clear that the DEI Environmental Justice Committee is a standing committee. It's not an ad hoc committee. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay, great, Kelly. Thank you.
All right, so we withdrew it, so we're gonna start with a clean slate.
Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. So I move the board adopt the committee structure as discussed today. Whereas we will combine the water and climate committees into the, did we get clarification? Is it policy or is it water and climate?
Water climate.
Okay, into the water and climate committee, combine the monitoring FIP and acquisitions committee into the grants committee, one committee, grants committee, eliminate the coordinating committee, and have the DEI and Environmental Justice Committee as its own standalone committee.
Second.
Excellent. Good job, Kelly. All right, it's been moved by Kelly, seconded by Jamie. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that work, Kelly. Good job. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the support, everyone.
All right, so 11:48. So we are ahead of schedule. Lisa, is there anything you want to add, or can we, or Liza Jane? Go ahead, Lisa.
So I just want to thank the board for this thoughtful conversation and accommodating some changes to our structure. I really appreciate that. We will have to revisit the membership of the committees, and we can do it a couple of ways. You all could send us, send Eric. Where's Eric? Send Eric your preference for which ones to participate in, or we could make some assignments based on what we currently have and then check in with you. But I just want to make sure that people understand we're going to have to make some adjustments in terms of the membership.
Okay. Thank you. Corey. Oops, you're on mute. Oops. Oh, yeah, we can't hear you at all. I'm sorry. Okay, so we are now at lunch break, and I would like to see us all back here at 12:35, please. Thank you.
April has her hand up.
Oh.
Eric Karstein, are you there still?
I am here.
I'd like to volunteer for a grants committee since I served on acquisitions and FIP. So I'll just put my name right out front. So
Fantastic. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you all for the discussion around the committees. I really appreciate it, and I'm so pleased with the outcome.
Yeah, Kelly, thank you very much for all your work on that. That was a little challenging wording, but you did great. Thank you.
Thanks, anytime.
Can I do a quick mic check? Can you guys hear me okay? Thanks.
Barbara, this is Liza Jane. Thank you for covering me this morning. Way to
You're
go.
welcome. It was my pleasure. Everything go okay?
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
good.
Okay, I think we're all back. It's 12:35 to get ready. We're at agenda item O, and that's our staff updates. The strategic plan was written in our board packet, and so we'll get started with Audrey and Eric.
Great. Thank you, Co-Chair McAllister, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator, and will be presenting on item O2, which is the Oregon Plan Biennial Report, with my colleague, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator, Audrey Hatch. So as a reminder, the Oregon Plan for Salmon Watersheds was developed in the 1990s as a statewide program to protect and restore watersheds through voluntary restoration actions by private landowners, coordinated state, federal, and tribal actions, and watershed health and water quality monitoring. So statute requires OWEB to submit a biennial report that assesses the statewide and regional implementation and effectiveness of the Oregon Plan to the governor and appropriate committees of the legislature. The report must address each drainage basin in the state and include information about watershed and habitat conditions, voluntary restoration activities, board investments, and recommendations from the board for enhancing effectiveness of the Oregon Plan. So OWEB staff have been working with partner agencies to develop the additional content found in the report. And at the October meeting, the board approved the recommendations for enhancing the effectiveness of the Oregon Plan. The report was submitted in the middle of this month, to the governor's office and the relevant legislative committees. And from there, I will pass it over to Audrey, who can provide some details on what has been included in this report.
Thank you, Eric, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, Audrey Hatch, OWEB Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. So the Oregon Plan Biennial Report is provided as 2 documents, an executive summary, which may be found on pages 19 and 20 of the information that was posted online for this agenda item for today's meeting. The executive summary is only 2 pages. And then the staff report for agenda item 02 includes a link to the full report, which is available on OWEB's website. So the report shows for this past 2019-21 biennium, OWEB invested over $96 million, and these funds then leveraged over $77 million. Similar to what was shown in past reports, federal funds, state and local governments provided significant sources of those leveraged funds. The executive summary and the full report both include a pie graph showing the total funds invested statewide. Then the full report goes into a bit more detail, including a breakdown with the percent of funds leveraged by those different types of partners. So for the example, the federal, state, tribal, conservation organizations, local governments, and businesses. The full report also includes the total funds invested by OWEB and leverage funding total for each of the 15 Oregon Plan reporting basins. And for these biennial reports, the information on the leverage funding comes from OWEB's online grant management system. Watershed metrics are also a crucial component of the Oregon Plan report, and this information is included as a table that you'll see in that executive summary and in the full report. The watershed metrics data is provided from the Watershed Restoration Inventory, including activities reported in the calendar year 2019 to 2020. Where comparable data standards are available, there are also metrics reported for the report by the Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service that gives an opportunity to recognize their substantial contributions to the Oregon Plan collaborative approach. Note in the current report, the Bureau of Land Management information on upland acres is significantly higher than it's been in the past. That includes a lot of thinning work reflecting significant work to reduce hazardous fuels on the east side during this past biennium. New in this report is a simple kind of arrow comparison for each of those metrics with what was reported for the past biennium, as suggested by Randy Labbe. In the metrics table, a green arrow shows improvement if the numbers are greater than in the past 17-19 biennium, and it shows a red arrow if the numbers are going in the opposite direction. So the reader can more easily compare the information over time. And just a few comments about this, since it's something that new that was added this year. Although in general, it looks like there's improvement, with more green arrows than red arrows, it is a little difficult to compare because the list of defined metrics was updated with the 2015-17 report to really better reflect our understanding of watershed data. That just means a little bit difficult to go back in time much before that to compare. But just taking a look at a couple of examples, it looks like with that first metric listed in the table, riparian miles, has a red arrow. It's down a little bit by about 85 miles compared with the last 17-19 report. But if you go back and look at the report prior to that, the 15-17 report, you'll find the numbers kind of in the middle of the range with about a 40-mile difference, showing that this could well be within what would be kind of a typical standard deviation. And similarly, if you look at the number of stream crossings improved for fish habitat, in the current report, we have a green arrow with 32 more crossings improved when compared to the last 17-19 report. But looking at the biennium prior, there were 91 crossings, kind of again showing these numbers might be within a normally anticipated range. Staff plan to continue including the arrows in future reports just for ease of comparison going forward. And in this report, the coordinated interagency actions really emphasized responses to the 2020 wildfires, continued work on the Oregon 100-year water vision, and important efforts to address climate impacts through the state's adaptation framework and the work of the Global Warming Commission to produce a goal for carbon sequestration on natural and working lands that involves significant coordination among agencies. The full report also includes a detailed status update about Oregon's water monitoring efforts, covering our water quality and stream flow programs, temperature, toxics, fish populations, and fish habitat. Also in that full report, each Oregon Plan agency has an opportunity to describe their relevant accomplishments over the biennium, really offering them a chance to kind of highlight their significant natural resources work throughout the state. So both the executive summary and full report are available on OWEB's website and have been circulated to the appropriate audiences, including data contributors from state and federal agency partners. Thank you, Eric, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, so with that, Audrey and I are happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Dan.
Hello, for the record, Dan Brown. I was just curious, there was a reference in the in there to the hold on a second, if you will, let me just find it here. It had the statewide natural resources strategy. Yeah, statewide natural resource strategy. Is that, I'm just not familiar with that. Could you elaborate on sort of what that is and if that's available somewhere?
Thank you, Dan. If you're looking in the report document, do you mind letting us know what page?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, my bad. So this is the little beautiful 2-page summary, attachment A, and it's on the second page. And then there's the coordinated agency actions, and then there's the OWEB board recommendations. And it's the third bullet down in the very last sentence of that third bullet. It says OWEB will continue the agency's work in furthering the statewide natural resource strategy. And I was just wondering if that was sort of if there was like a document out there that was the statewide natural resource strategy.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, let Eric answer that since it's a board recommendation.
Thanks, Audrey, and thank you for the question, Dan. So this was the recommendation that came out of the Water Committee. So I believe this is referencing the state's water vision. So there would be documentation around that water vision.
Thank you, Eric.
Jamie.
Just furthering on that point, as I recall from that conversation, there was some question of whether the governor's 100-year water vision, whether the name may change with a new governor. And so it was a broader perspective. There's also, it's my understanding, and Lisa can correct me on this if I'm wrong, that that many of the natural resource related agencies are working together to try to identify a go forward plan around water and some of the natural resource strategies. So I don't recall if that name had come up before or was kind of a placeholder for an anticipated strategy and document.
Thank you, Jamie, for that clarification. Do any board members have comments or questions of Eric or Audrey? Okay, thank you. Good report. Good work. Next, we have the tribal report with Ken.
Ken, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Apologies for that. I was so focused on sharing my screen that I forgot to unmute myself. Shows you when was the last time I was before you guys to remember proper protocol. So forgive me, co-chairs, members of the board. My name is Ken Fetcho. I'm the tribal liaison for OWEB. And this agenda item provides an update on the 2021 annual report that we completed and submitted to the Legislative Commission on Indian Services and Governor's Office in December of 21. Again, this completed report is included as an attachment in your board binder under agenda item O-3 that begins on page 99 of the ebook. So this annual report that we provide to the Legislative Commission on Indian Services and the Governor's Office every year just really describes how OWEB engaged and fostered relations with the 9 fairly recognized tribes in Oregon and the Nez Perce tribe in 2021. State statutes require each state agency, including OWEB, to submit this annual report to include the following information listed on this slide. Some key components are contacts responsible to establish and promote relations with the tribes at OWEB, tribal participation in our programs and on our board, promotion of communication between OWEB and tribes, and then training for staff on legislation detailing Oregon's relationships with tribes. So there's a lot of great information in here. I'm going to highlight a few of them, but really encourage you to take a look at this when you got a chance. So since 2006, OWEB has provided just over $9.3 million to tribes in a variety of grants. In 2021 alone, OWEB granted just over $930,000 to tribes across all grant programs. And in 2021, there were 30 completed grants that included tribal contributions. Tribes provided just over $1.4 million in cash and almost $230,000 of in-kind support to OWEB grants. And so that really just underscores a key way tribes participate in implementing restoration projects in Oregon. Not only do they receive OWEB funding, but they provide important matching funds that our grantees leverage to get more done on the ground. So representatives of all 9 fairly recognized tribes in Oregon and the Nez Perce tribe participate in the OWEB Small Grant Program. To date, 19 of the 26 teams that have submitted reorganization documents include a tribal rep in their small grant team membership, and there's 28 total small grant teams. The number of small grant teams that tribes participate in has increased over the last few years and is likely due to the increased outreach that OWEB performed in 2019 to promote tribal participation in this grant program. And so we saw a bump, and now we're kind of seeing that sustained during this new grant period, which is it's on the biennium, where small grant teams are required to reorganize and submit documentation to OWEB. All 6 regional review teams have at least one tribal natural resource professional participating in the review process. In 2021, 7 tribal agency representatives participated on OWEB regional review teams, and several of the Focus Investment Partnership technical review teams have tribal participation. 6 of the 12 partnership technical assistant applications that were received and you guys considered funding for under agenda item M included tribes as partners. And I believe 2 of the 6 partnerships that you funded include tribes as core partners. In 2021, OWEB held pre-application consultations with partnerships interested in the implementation focused investment partnership funding opportunity. 7 of the 13 pre-application consultations that were held included tribes as core partners, and there's a total of 6 tribes that were involved in these partnerships. So now I'd just like to talk a little bit more about ways in which we've did additional engagement with tribes last year. In March of 21, Maida and I participated in outreach to assist in recruiting interested applicants to fill the vacant tribal representative seat on the OWEB board. We held consultations to learn more about the interested candidates and allowed the tribes to ask questions to learn more about the role on the OWEB board. 3 interested candidates eventually submitted formal applications to the governor's office. And as we all know, the governor nominated Kelly Coates, and who was confirmed and is participating on the board now. And recently, Governor Brown nominated Lindsay McClary, who works for the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde, and also submitted an application as part of this outreach effort. And she is, if confirmed, by the Senate, will fill the at-large position that is currently held by Randy Labby. And again, she's confirmed she'll begin in March. And if this occurs, this will result in having 2 female tribal professionals participating on the OWEB board, which is, I think a really exciting thing. Another staff effort that engaged the tribes in Oregon that is in the report that I would like to highlight is the governor's executive order on climate change, which directed the Oregon Global Warming Commission to provide recommendations to the governor regarding carbon sequestration goals on natural and working lands. My fellow colleague, Audrey Hatch, and Sea Grant fellow Astria Strawn provided support on outreach efforts as the commission explored and developed recommendations. This included outreach and engagement with tribes through a variety of methods. Their outreach efforts resulted in the Natural Resources Director, Bobby Bruno from the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs, and Chair Kat Brigham from the Confederate Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation presenting to the commission meetings to share their views on this important topic. The final natural and working lands recommendation document that was submitted to the governor included summaries of the tribal input that was received and a description of the collaborative efforts that occurred. Finally, in 2021, OWEB began communications with NOAA Fisheries regarding a programmatic agreement to address the potential effects that the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund, or PCSRF, grant program may have on cultural resources. To meet Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act responsibilities, OWEB and NOAA are drafting a programmatic agreement. This agreement, once complete, will provide the framework for consultation on the individual projects funded by the PCSRF and to ensure that they do not negatively impact cultural resources. In 2001, OWEB completed a project to perform an assessment of our granting practices to better understand if there are negative impacts to federally recognized tribes' ability to apply for and receive OWEB funds to meet their watershed enhancement goals and objectives. This mixed methods assessment analyzed quantitative data from our granting database and qualitative interview responses from the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon and the Nez Perce tribe, which also receives OWEB funds. Findings were developed directly from this assessment, and Allie Miller, the Portland State University graduate student who led the assessments, developed recommendations based on feedback from the tribes that OWEB may use to address barriers identified through this assessment. As you might recall, the findings from this assessment and recommendations were presented to you at the OWEB board in October of 21. These findings and recommendations will be discussed with the board's coordinating committee and the executive team to figure out how best to proceed over time. And I know you guys just renamed committee, so I'm not sure if that's the right name, but I assure you that there'll be a further discussion with the board on this important topic. Every year, state agencies meet with tribes as part of an annual meeting that is facilitated by the governor's office and attended by elected tribal officials and staff. This virtual annual meeting was held on December 1st and 2nd. last year and was attended by myself, the director, and key OWEB staff were invited to attend certain presentations over the 2 days. This meeting serves as just a great training opportunity for OWEB staff and leadership on topics such as the importance of government-to-government consultation and to learn more about issues that affect tribes in the state of Oregon, such as wildfire and water, which were discussed at that meeting. This meeting provides opportunity to identify future areas of collaboration, to identify solutions that will benefit the tribes and the state of Oregon. Finally, the real value in these meetings is serving as face-to-face networking opportunities. And I just really look forward to attending these in person with the director when it's, again, safe to do so in the years to come. So with that, it's the end of my presentation, co-chair, and if there's time and interest, opportunity for questions and comments.
Thank you, Ken. When I get there we go. I can see Bruce has a comment or a question.
Yeah, Ken, thank you. Great report. I was struck by one of the numbers on I believe your second or third slide that talked about direct grants to tribes of, I believe it was 9.3 million since 2006. I just did a quick back of the envelope, scratching on it, guessing what our average would be over that 16 years since 2006. And I could be totally wrong, but it looks like we're averaging about just slightly over 1% of our grants going to tribes. Now, I know that's only one of the metrics we use. There's the matching, there's the leveraging, but I'm curious if that is correct, or what that number is exactly, rather than my calculation, and based on the amount of land, ceded tribal land, that number is is proportional to what we would expect. So thanks.
Yeah, good question, Bruce. It's too low, right? I think that's maybe the initial reaction, and how can we increase that? And that's partly one of the reasons why we did that assessment, right? Where we really wanted to look at, is our granting practices creating a barrier to accessing OWEB funds? We learned a lot during that assessment. There are some, I think, some administrative barriers that we can overcome, and there's recommendations, and I really look forward to working on that in this year. We also learned that tribes are deliberately prioritizing how they pursue our funding to meet their watershed restoration goals and objectives. And sometimes they might choose not to pursue funding to allow their partners to access those, but they still participate in a variety of ways as a partner. And they partner on projects. Sometimes they provide match, but sometimes they're just providing technical assistance or encouragement, and working behind the scenes on projects. They can also provide letters of support to grant applications. And so there's a variety of ways that they partner on our projects, but I agree that just at your quick assessment that I trust it does appear that it's too low, and that I'm committed, and I know a lot of our staff and board members are, to trying to figure out how we can increase that number over time.
Thank you, Bruce and Ken. Gary has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marsh for the record. I just want to say, Ken, thank you for great work. I don't think OWEB could have a better tribal liaison. You've I've known you for a long time, and I just really do great work. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. It's a pleasure to serve the agency in this role, and I learn something every day and just try to do my best. So thank you.
Thank you. I agree. Randy and then Kelly.
Ken, Randy Labby for the record. Ken, thanks. That was a great presentation. And I just had a minor point, and that is that a number of regional review teams are composed of tribal members or have tribal members serving. And I think that's another great access and interaction between tribes and OWEB. And I don't know that that's generally recognized, so I wanted to mention it.
I agree. Thanks, Randy. This is Ken Fetcho for the record. I totally agree. And that's something that is an opportunity for other tribes if they're not currently participating on grant review teams and they're interested. I think our grant program staff would be interested in talking about that to them.
Thank you, Ken. Kelly.
Hi, Kelly Coates for the record. Hey, Ken, good to see you. Really appreciate the report out on this. I was really pleased when I saw the report, and I've just been so happy with the granting assessment and what we've learned from that. And with the report out, I think we're learning so much as we go. And I think over the last year, OWEB has just done a phenomenal job of moving the dial forward on engaging with tribes. And I'm really looking forward to working with you and working with the board to figure out some additional ways that we can increase tribal engagement on OWEB at all different levels into the future. So really looking forward to starting to have some of those conversations and moving the dial forward. And I also just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Randy for his work on the board and his time. And Randy, Jason Robison wants to thank you as well for all of your work and says hi. And then just wanted to acknowledge having Lindsay come on if she is confirmed. And I think that she is going to be a great addition to the board, especially with her background and technical knowledge, being an OWEB grant recipient and being a restoration ecologist. And so I'm really looking forward to having that voice on the board as well moving forward if she's confirmed, and just really excited for what's to come. So thank you, Ken, for all your work on this.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank
Looking
you,
forward
Kelly.
to working with you in this year. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Jamie.
Thanks, Ken. As always, great report, and really appreciate the reference to the information that came through before the assessment that you presented last year. Kelly mentioned that Jason had complimented someone else, but I really want to call out Jason Robinson, who is our former board member, and he was really provides such an important leadership role and helped to really get that assessment going. And so just also wanted to give him a shout out on that. So I have a question for Lisa, the reference that going to the coordinating committee, if we can just get your thoughts on where that goes and how we continue this forward, because of course with such important work we don't want it to get dropped. So if we can get a sense of how that's going to come through our process and how we can continue that conversation. And then the second thing is the point was, it struck me, Ken, when you mentioned that some tribes were not applying to specific grants because it did not align with their goals and objectives, I think is how you phrased it. And what struck me is, are we missing an opportunity for a joint discussion on alignment with goals and opportunities? So, OWEB has what I believe are some really great goals and opportunities that we're pursuing with our grants. But I'm wondering if they are very different from some of our tribal partners, are there some gaps that we're missing? Or is this, I know the governor does the annual summit, the government to government summit, but is there an opportunity for us to have a process that engages the tribes more so that there may be better alignment between goals and objectives? So just a thought.
Thank you, Jamie. Eric has his hand up. Please.
Yes, thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager for the record. Just kind of along that same point, and also speaking to Bruce's point earlier, doing the quick math that he did, and I think he's probably pretty close to accurate there. But I just wanted to recall the presentation that we gave to the board back in October for our open solicitation grants, where we did a little bit more analysis on the applications that come in with particular respect to tribes having roles in projects that aren't necessarily as the applicant. And when we looked at that, we just called it tribal participation in applications that came in. I'll just share this really quick. You can see this is just from one cycle, so this is one point in time. But this middle bar is the applications with tribal participation, and it's about a quarter of those that came in. Interestingly here, those applications had a higher success rate in terms of being recommended for funding at 74% versus applications without tribal participation. So I know some of the board members weren't here for that presentation in October, and so I just wanted to recall that information for you. This is not diminishing the work that we indeed should do and need to do to encourage more tribal applicants, but just wanted to mention that our universe of grant making certainly includes a broader role of tribal participation than just that as applicant. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Eric. Kelly and then Lisa.
Yeah, Kelly Coates for the record. Thanks, Eric, for reminding us of that. And then Jamie, to get to one of the points that you brought up about looking at aligning strategic goals with tribal strategic goals. This is one of the things that I really liked about the granting practices to tribes assessment that OWEB did, and the recommendations at the end of the document had talked about some information that they got from tribes about sort of aligning some of those goals. And I think one of those was surrounding traditional knowledge and maybe acknowledging that a little bit more. But I think the follow-up that's going to come from that assessment is going to help OWEB line up their strategic goals with tribes as we have continued dialogue with tribes into the future about what that looks like. And I think it's also really important, the points that have been brought up about tribes maybe not being the project lead or project applicant, but being a partner or bringing match to the table. I know from personal experience, we have been someone who's brought match to the table while our local watershed council had been the applicant on an OWEB grant, and just trying to figure out how to make all the pieces work together and stretch the dollars to get more work done. Sometimes tribes can play that role really well as a partner and not a direct recipient. And I think, I don't know if there's any staff on here that were there when we had the PCSRF reporting conversations, but just parsing out the PCSRF dollars where it went to for tribes, and then OWEB as well, because tribes do get PCSRF funds and are recipients of that. And so kind of figuring that out and parsing it out has been an interesting game, but something that I think we've learned a lot about moving forward. And so I think there is sometimes there can be a different role for tribes in that can be pretty powerful.
Thank you, Kelly. Lisa.
Thank you. I think to respond to Jamie's question about the alignment of the work that had previously been completed and the change in committee structure, it seems like aligning it with the grant committee might be a good place to put that work, was my initial thought when I was thinking about it with Ken's report.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments for Ken? I just have one thought as we work to start with our listening sessions around the climate resolution, and that we can give special consideration or make sure that we're thoughtful in getting tribal input on that process and how that will impact their desire to apply for grants. So any help we can get that way, I think it'll be really important too.
Yeah, Thank you, Chair McAllister. I totally agree. I attended the meeting yesterday and all day today, so we heard a lot of good discussion or opportunities for tribal engagement, including rulemaking for Division 5. So I agree, and that's something that I just want to work with my colleagues at OWEB to figure that out. And I know Board Member Coates is interested in providing some good guidance to help us. So thank you for saying that, and really looking forward to doing that, figuring that out.
Awesome. Anyone else? That was a great report, Ken. Thank you. It's good to see you. Oh, Kelly, I don't want to leave you out. Please.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing, and that was that I think from, the final assessment came out late last year, and I already see the staff taking steps to build on what we learned from the assessment, including specific targeted outreach to tribes for the FIP reviews and making sure that tribes are really engaged in that review process. And so I really want to thank the staff, thank Ken and Eric for your work on that, and sort of just getting the assessment out and then hitting the ground running on, okay, how do we include tribes in our review process for some of these higher level things that we're looking at. So really, really appreciate your work on that.
Thank you.
Okay, good. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll turn this over to Barbara.
Thank you, Liza Jane. All right, we're going to move on down to agenda P, the FIP progress tracking report. We've got Audrey, Robert. I don't know some of these names, do I? So Audrey, I guess I'm going to let you lead this.
Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator with OWEB, joined today by my OWEB colleagues, Eric Hartstein, Taylor Larson, and Denise Hoffert. And we are joined by members of the Bonneville Environmental Foundation team, Robert Warren and Lauren Mork, who is also with the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council.
Okay.
Today's presentation will focus on that first cohort of FIPS. And we are continuing that kind of strong team foundation described earlier in agenda item L. I do want to again acknowledge the FIP partnerships as well as some key OWEB contributions to this reporting topic, especially from my colleagues Ken Fetcho and former team members, including Andrew Dutter and Lisa Apple. So as a reminder, that first cohort of FIPS was funded in 2017-19 biennium. It includes the Oregon All Counties Model to Protect Sage Grouse, the Deschutes Partnership, Ashland Forest All Lands Restoration Initiative, Harney Basin Wetland Initiative, Upper Grand Ronde Initiative, and the Willamette Mainstem Anchor Habitats Working Group. And so what these progress tracking reports do is provide an objective way to track and communicate progress within each FIP initiative. So the reports track progress each biennium in order to align with OWEB's grant making and reporting cycles. And PTRs align restoration strategies with work done towards implementing those FIP strategic action plans. And today's presentation for this first cohort of FIPS focuses on the PTRs covering biennia 2 and 3. And the biennia were combined together because of staffing shortage and time constraints under the budget challenges associated with that COVID-19 pandemic. And the reports for biennia 1 were previously presented at the January 2020 board meeting. And we'll be kind of stepping through and showing some examples on the slides. Please refer to the staff report for agenda item P that starts on page 111 of the board meeting ebook that's posted online that will include copies of the full publications for each report. As a reminder from earlier today, progress tracking reports are the more specific tools developed for each individual FIP. All of the FIP progress tracking tools kind of exist along a continuum of ecological complexity, kind of from general down at the bottom up to more specific over at the top. And then looking at time kind of along the x-axis from program development initiation through the biennium and getting into the post implementation area of time. It's important to keep in mind the information selected for each progress tracking report is drawn from those broader progress monitoring frameworks. So those and the theory of change really provide the foundation for the entire progress tracking effort over time. And next, colleagues from the Bonneville Environmental Foundation will provide some more information on the development of the reports and important components of them.
Thanks, Audrey, co-chairs, members of the board. This is Robert Warren with the Bonneville Environmental Foundation. Grateful to be able to participate and contribute to this presentation. Also want to express acknowledgements and appreciation for all those that contributed to developing these reports. Includes various members of OWEB staff, and again, call out Lauren Mork with Upper District Watershed Council, who's been working with us for several years on our work with OWEB. And also want to call out that there were coordinators and members of each FIP that participated in a pretty significant way in developing these reports. So I'm grateful for their help. So in developing these reports, we tried to follow a couple of guiding principles. The first is that we wanted this to be a collaborative effort where we saw our job as coordinator and facilitator of the process, and we tried as much as we could to minimize the burden on FIPS in terms of aggregating, collecting, and organizing information and data. So we really wanted the FIPS to own the content of the reports as much as possible, and we emphasized that in all of our interactions with them. Often, or in most cases, allowed them to make decisions in terms of what was contained in the reports. We also strove as much as we could for consistency in terms of the content, structure, and presentation. So the board and other reviewers could easily move from one report to the other with reasonable expectation of what information they contained and how it was organized. But that said, as you know, each FIP is different, has its own personality, it has its own priorities and perspectives, and expressed how they wanted their work to be represented, knowing that this was going to be going to the board. So we tried to offer as much flexibility as the template allowed, and so maintaining the balance of consistency across reports, but also individuality across each of the FIPs was sometimes a little challenging to achieve, but I think and I hope that we were able to achieve that. So looking at the slide, the green elements, this is a bit of a repeat what Audrey was just saying. The foundational elements of the reports that really informed the structure and content began with the strategic action plans and the FIP applications. These were the basis of our early work with each of the FIPs in developing their progress monitoring frameworks. And as Audrey stated, the progress monitoring frameworks were built around a theory of change, or you've seen the results change, the charts that sort of lay out their theory for how their actions would lead to desired outcomes. From those charts and from those exercises, the FIP selected implementation outputs and ecological outcomes that they chose to measure in order to track progress. Measurable objectives were defined for implementation outputs, but it was a little more difficult to come up with similar objectives for ecological outcomes, and we can talk about that if there are any questions around that. But the idea was that these selected outputs and outcomes would be integrated into a monitoring plan to help FIPs and help track progress and communicate that to partners. And then hopefully also inform adaptive management. And the reports provide some insight into that piece of their work. So with those planning elements completed, the FIPs began to carry out their work. So in terms of developing the specific reports, the items in blue, it was initiated by the BEF team by aggregating relevant data and information from Biennium 1 reports, mining OWEB databases for metrics associated with project applications and project completion reports, and any other relevant sources that we could find. For example, some of the FIPs had their own tracking systems, and so we worked to integrate those into the metrics that they would report. We also worked with OWEB staff to update the questionnaire that was designed to gain more insight into the FIP's experiences and lessons learned as they carried out their initiatives. The intent here was to identify lessons learned and potential adaptations, and learn if and how they were integrating climate change information into their initiative. And we'll have a little bit more on that later as well. With that information collected and organized, we then created draft report content and delivered those to the FIPs for their review, with an invitation to discuss the data and the content. And this engagement with FIPs was iterative, sometimes with multiple calls, multiple rounds of review, feedback, updates, and draft development. And the process continued as time allowed. We were sort of obviously under a deadline, and until we landed on near final versions that were then shared back to the FIPs more broadly and with OWEB staff for final review, and worked with a graphic consultant to develop the reports as you see them now today. Next slide. So the elements of each of the FIPs include an overview of the initiative, providing some background information, summary of FIP funding and match invested in the initiative since it was started, an overarching goal of the initiative, strategies, implementation actions for the biennium, cumulative implementation progress since the initiative was established, a section outlining adaptive management, and responses to questions in the questionnaire related to climate change information and data integration. Next slide, Audrey.
Thank you, Robert. And what we're going to do next is just walk through each of those 6 common components of the reports that Robert just described. And we have 6 FIPs. We'll explore an example from each of those 6 cohort 1 FIPs to just demonstrate each component. So this slide shows an example of how the partnership background and funding types are shown in the reports, drawing information from the Willamette Mainstem Anchor Habitat Working Group. And I will note that the OWEB team, including the current FIP partnership coordinators, Denise Hofford and Taylor Larson, will be available to answer your questions over this content from any of the FIPs featured in the staff report when we get to the end of the presentation. So in this section on partnership background and funding types, the total amount of OWEB funding invested is shown, and it's separated out into the different grant types as shown in this pie chart. Each partnership has a little bit of a different mix of grant types, reflecting, as Robert was describing, their individual needs, their strategies, their operational environments vary, but the spread really shows the uniqueness of each partnership. Similar to other FIPs, this Willamette example shows that important types of grants for the partnership include restoration, technical assistance, monitoring, and capacity. And the report shows over $6 million in OWEB funds and over $4 million in matching funds have been invested in the Willamette FIP as of the time of the publication. Some funding remains to be allocated within the Willamette FIP, is not yet showing up in this publication. And it's important to note that this report only captures the OWEB portion of the broader investments in that Willamette restoration work. The Willamette FIP is part of a larger collaboration, including other funders such as Meyer Memorial Trust and BPA. So in general, when looking at the funding information shown in the reports, it's important to keep in mind these OWEB progress tracking report accomplishments reflect what is completed with the OWEB funds and the OWEB matching funds. And it's important to keep in mind the funding amounts and accomplishments show the projects that have been completed and include those that have been funded and are still kind of in progress being implemented, not yet fully completed. So important things to keep in mind when thinking about that category. And next, I'll hand it back over to Robert.
Thanks, Audrey. So for this element of the reports, we're looking at the Ashland Forest Lands Restoration Project Progress Tracking Report. And this contains the goal, which, as we define it, is an overall sort of overarching statement of success. So if the initiative is able to implement all the actions that it believes are necessary to produce the outcomes, this is a statement of what that success would look like. Next are the strategies, and strategies represent a set of related actions that are designed to contribute to one or more near or longer term outcomes that are needed to achieve the goal. And then the next section are the implementation actions. This is sort of the next level of plan organization. Shows outputs with metrics describing implementation progress during the reporting, again, during the reporting period. In this case, it's biennial 1 and 2, biennial 2 and 3. And as Audrey stated, these outputs are only those supported by OWEB funding, and I believe all or nearly all of the FIPs are operating within a larger restoration and conservation context. So there are other funders that are contributing to their efforts. And so this section is also organized by action types. They'll contain actions associated with restoration, planning, monitoring, scientific investigations, land protection, and engagement as you look across all of the different reports. This section may and usually does contain outputs or metrics beyond what the FIP selected to monitor in their progress monitoring reports or progress monitoring frameworks. But they wanted to show a more complete picture of what they had accomplished over the reporting period. And one piece of detail, and this is an example of a situation where a FIP felt that the metrics that they were reporting in this section for the reporting period, in this case, biennial 2 and 3, underrepresented their effort, and they wanted to show the cumulative metrics for some of these outputs. And so as a compromise, we included the sort of the total number of some of these metrics in parentheses. So if you look at under the restoration section here, during the reporting period, they were able to thin about, the partnership was able to thin about 2,200 acres. But they overall for the biennials 1 through 3, they were actually able to thin a little over 3,000 acres. So the next section begins to describe sort of the near and longer term ecological outcomes or impact. So by implementing these actions and producing these outputs, they describe the kinds of ecological outcomes they predicted and desired would occur in order to achieve their goal. And so near-term outcomes across the different reports varied, but typically fell within 1 to 10 years. Longer-term outcomes typically were significantly more than that, 10 or 20 or more years in order to manifest. And so specific metrics aren't always represented in reports showing progress in those categories. But in this example, the Ashland Forest Lands Restoration Partnership was able to show, if you look at the report, some near-term outcomes through some of the studies and monitoring that they were able to accomplish within the 6-year time frame. Next slide. So this is the section where we do show progress for the outputs for which the FIP defined measurable objectives. So these are the outputs in yellow that were selected from the progress monitoring framework, from their results chains and from their theory of change that they would want to measure over time in order to evaluate their progress. So in this example, we're looking at the Deschutes partnership, and you can see in yellow again the outputs that or the implementation results. And in brown, you will see the objectives that they had defined for each one of those and the progress from the beginning of the initiative shown in green. So for example, fourth from the top, the output is to restore stream flow sufficient to support successful spawning and rearing for native fish. They define their objective of 18.87 CFS during the FIP timeframe, and so far have been successful in achieving 14.03 cubic feet per second.
Thank you, Robert. Each of the cohort 1, biennium 2-3 reports recognizes the importance of monitoring and describes the FIP's approach to monitoring. Here is an example featuring the Upper Grand Ronde initiative. The primary goal there is enhance quantity and quality of habitat for native fish throughout the Upper Grand Ronde Basin in Wallowa County in Eastern Oregon. So really building on a long history of investment in this subbasin, the FIP partners have extensive data sets that help prioritize restoration, including an atlas to identify the most important locations and help to centralize key information about fish habitat. And partners contributing to these data resources include the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, and NOAA Fisheries. And supplemental monitoring funding, as we was featured in agenda item L earlier this morning, is helping the partnership with fish habitat surveys, expanding the geographic scope of their monitoring. The results will fill important data gaps identified in that progress monitoring framework, provide crucial baseline data, and inform future restoration and monitoring projects. And next, my colleague Robert Warren will speak a little bit more about adaptive management writ large.
Thanks, Audrey. So we mentioned this section earlier in the presentation. So in this case, adaptive management really reflects a less formal or passive approach, since most FIPs did not develop a formal adaptive management framework and process at the onset of their initiatives. And so to develop this section, we asked FIPs to reflect on their experience and to identify challenges, opportunities, lessons learned, and adaptations, or where they maintained efforts as they were initiated in responses to the questionnaire. So in these reports, they are organized by topic or area or theme, including restoration, planning, partnership capacity in this example, but others also include engagement, funding, and monitoring. So indicating challenges and opportunities, lessons learned, and adaptations that they made here. And so while this is not reflective of classical adaptive management or traditional adaptive management, these sections do reflect elements of a more robust process and contain important information for the FIP to share internally and externally. So for this example, we pulled partnership capacity section from the Oregon model to protect sage grouse partnership. And they reflected on the impact of staff turnover, which was a common challenge across FIPs, and learned that they needed a well-designed framework and process for managing data to allow new staff to step in with limited disruption or loss of institutional knowledge. Next slide.
And thanks, Robert. In these biennium 2-3 reports for that first cohort through the questionnaire that Robert described, each FIP was asked to weigh in on climate impacts on their work and how the FIP or related efforts may already be addressing climate impacts, whether as a direct intent or an indirect benefit. And the partnerships also described constraints, uncertainties, and key information needs in the face of the climate challenge. This is an example of how climate change is described in the reports featuring the Harney Basin Wetland Collaborative. Their goal is to enhance and restore the system for migratory birds, while at the same time maintaining that sustainable ranching community in southeastern Oregon. The Harney Basin Wetland Collaborative is part of the larger Pacific Flyway, Southern Oregon, Northeastern California, or SONIC wetland complex. And that habitat is really critical for migratory and resident birds, species of concern, as well as game birds. The partnership is working on impacts from invasive carp that impact the food insect availability for the birds at key times in their life cycle, where they really need that Harney Basin rest stop that's shown on the map. Climate impacts, including changes in timing and type of precipitation. So you typically hear more rain, less snow. Those timing changes really can intensify the impacts on the aquatic vegetation and therefore the insect availability for the birds at the rest stop. So the partnership efforts to enhance and restore wetlands and floodplains here are really important in the larger context. And the report describes how FIP partners are working closely with wetland conservation and water planning efforts in the area and throughout the flyway. The next anticipated steps include producing progress tracking reports on a regular schedule each biennium. It's important to keep in mind the information that has been summarized and what's distilled down and shown in these reports really represents a considerable knowledge and significant collaboration among all involved, including OWEB staff, the Bonneville Environmental Foundation team, the partnerships. As OWEB continues to build back capacity, it's anticipated staff will produce progress tracking reports for the second and third FIP cohorts on a regular schedule each biennium. And it's anticipated the reports will be kind of cumulative, building on the progress made each biennium to track impact over time. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a little bit of background information. And the team, including Robert Warren, Lauren, Mork, Denise, Taylor, and Eric Hartstein, are available to answer your questions about the cohort 1 biennium 2-3 progress tracking reports.
There we go. Thank you for that. That's very impressive reports. Bruce.
Thank you. Good to see you, Robert. And thanks, Audrey. As I read through all the reports, the first page of the reports had the pie chart that showed the types of grants and the funding of OWEB's funding, which made sense to me. They also talked about, gave a number for matching funds, and the ratio between OWEB and matching funds was widely different across the range of the FIPs. And then when we looked at outcomes, I think outcomes were all tied to the totality of the expenditure and the effort. So my question is, do we have any type of a tool, or can we have any type of a tool which will help us weigh the importance of matching funds for future funding decisions?
Thanks for that observation, Bruce, and members of the board. I think I'd like to defer that to my colleagues Eric Hartstein and potentially Robert Warren, because I'm not sure.
A good question, Bruce. Thank you for asking. We don't have that tool in place now, but it's certainly worth considering as we're moving forward in the FIP program. And I don't know, Robert, if you have any thoughts on that with your work.
I mean, I'm seeing we're doing work in Washington State as well, and we're hearing a lot more conversations about or questioning what benefit a match requirement actually offers from a practitioner standpoint on the ground. Match tends to be just more of an administrative burden to sort of allocate funding across different funders. And so whether match actually leverages or if match sort of represents or allows you to represent sort of the mix and diversity of funding that's being invested in a location, it varies in terms of the actual benefit that it might, there's questions about what benefit does it really provide sort of from a funder's perspective, if that makes any sense. So that's worth the discussion too, I think.
Can I follow up, Chair?
Yes.
That really doesn't, I don't think that got to the point of my question. Let's take the Deschutes, which had funding in excess of the OWEB grant. If I don't have the numbers right in front of me, it was $11 million of matching funds versus whatever our funding was. I mean, the simple math would be to say, okay, our value in the outputs was that percentage was less than 50%, which I don't think is the correct way to do it. But it's not the importance of getting a matching grant, is how important is matching to say, we get this, there's a total value of the project, and the total cost was in, say, $25 million. And it only cost OWEB $8 million or whatever. So that type of thinking, when you start calculating the net present value of a matching grant, it isn't just in order to get the money or window dressing. It's real dollars in the project. So anyway.
Chris, if I could just maybe follow up on that observation. And it's a good one. And I think, it was brought up earlier that the pie chart and the funding show the match that's incorporated into each FIP, but the outputs and the objectives are really specific to the OWEB portion of the project. So it's a little bit apples and oranges here, as they're showing here, there's match here, but on the here's what's actually been implemented side, it's specific to the FIP. So in the future, we may, and we've heard this from some of the partners too, that maybe we can include in that progress, in those objectives, the match component as well.
All right, Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Brenda McComb, for the record. And this may be getting too far into the weeds, but I posted a question in the chat line and just was curious if first of all, that was a great presentation. Let me start there. That was really good. I enjoyed that. But it got me thinking that the adaptive management portion of what you described seems like it would feed directly into a structured decision-making model. And I posted the link for that. That's more and more commonly used among federal agencies to ensure that future management decisions, or to Bruce's point, future possible funding sources are going to recognize the value of making certain decisions over others. So I'm just wondering if that's part of where you might be going here.
I will defer questions to Robert Warren on all things adaptive management.
So there is an intent. Well, I don't know if this is gonna, maybe this is another not answering the question that's being asked, but we did develop, I think it was last year, a guidance document for adaptive management. So the idea or the intent was to provide FIPS, and this is something that they requested, was more guidance on how to be more intentional and how to be more intentional about how they would go about doing adaptive management. The question always occurs in grant applications. What are you doing, or explain your adaptive management approach? And so the answers were typically the same, as we'll collect information as we go along, and we'll use that information to inform our strategies going forward. But we saw a need, both from the funder's perspective and from the grantee's perspective, to be a little bit more thoughtful and again, intentional about that. And so we have developed this guidance document that does go through the steps of developing both the process and the framework for for integrating adaptive management into the initiatives. I don't know if that line, how well that, if, or even how well that might line up to the structured decision making, but there are some very specific key points in the process that we outline in the guidance where decisions are made, how those decisions are made, or at least the FIPS could develop protocols for how they make those decisions in terms of how they collect information, how they use that information to inform any adaptations to existing strategies, or whether they maintain the current course going forward. So I don't know if that gets to what you were asking, but we've sort of taken this a little bit to the next level because of an express need both from the grantee and the grantor's perspectives.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. It sounds like they might be very similar to what the Fish and Wildlife Service is doing with through the NCTC courses that they have in structured decision making. It might be something just to check out.
Yep, for sure. Thanks for the link.
Thanks, Brenda. Kelly.
Thanks. Yeah. Great presentation. I can tell a lot of work went into that, and I really appreciate it. I have a question a little bit more about kind of the nuts and bolts of how things work. And I'm just wondering, is there a database that the grantees can put their information into? Because I know earlier you had mentioned doing some data mining on OWEB's website to find this information. And I'm just wondering if there's some kind of database or some way that you can get the information moving forward that may be less work on the back end with things or may streamline it.
Lauren did most of that. Lauren had the miner's hat on, so she did most of that mining and probably could answer that question.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Thanks, Robert, and thanks, Kelly, for the question. We have been refining the process as we go. So this is the second progress tracking report that the BEF team worked on with OWEB. The first progress tracking report, which was the PTR one for cohort 1, was developed by Lisa Apple, and I don't think the BEF team had any role in that one. But essentially, we're able to use a couple of different sources. We are able to use really 2 different systems. There's the OGMIS system, that's the public-facing application system and grant system. And then there's an internal OWEB system that just makes it easier to get through the grant applications. So we're able to use those 2 systems to review and essentially mine specific metrics for grants that are open. And then for grants that have been completed or closed, we're able to use the progress completion reports, which are also included in OGMIS, as well as the OWRI database and the metrics reported there. And so what I would say is that we've started to better refine the process for which of those sources to go to as most authoritative, to reduce the need to go to as many sources as many times. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. And I'm just thinking about this. So as a PCSRF grant recipient, there's a PCSRF database, and you go in and you update your metrics with that every time you do a progress report. So then when PCSRF does their report to Congress on an annual basis, they can pull right from the database. They can pull all of those metrics in for, acres of riparian area treated, stream miles, restoration completed, and that kind of thing. And so that this may be, beyond the scope of what we're doing here, but I'm just wondering if there's some way we could create a system where the grantees could go in and enter this information that you guys are looking for to kind of reduce staff time on the back end, and you guys could just pull right from this one kind of database for it.
Yeah, and that would be ideal. And I think one of the things that we Well, one of the reasons that we had to go mining for data was that we were working with FIPS that hadn't gone through a similar planning process. You know, we built the progress monitoring frameworks with them after they'd already been accepted into the program. But going forward, the FIPS are going to have that process. And so there's the process of them defining their goals and objectives and metrics associated with those objectives through that sort of theory of change process. There's also sort of the process that they go through in submitting applications for projects that they want to implement. You know, whether those metrics line up or if they need to line up, or if there are ways that we could make them line up a little bit better, then that would also be sort of a step towards having more of a, I don't know if you could ever get to sort of a universal way to sort of measure projects and project types, because the FIPS always have their specific needs. They want to go through their own specific project sort of process, but then there's also sort of broader, you know, how do you roll that information up, you know, at a statewide level to show the kind of progress that you want. And so there's a lot of nuances and complications in terms of how you get there, but the dream is, yeah, you express the dream if we could get to that place. Yeah.
Thanks. And Robert, thank you. I just want to add on a little bit, Kelly, that the information sources that Lauren described, and thinking a little bit about Bruce's question as well on match, just to make the connection of those information sources back to previous agenda item 02 on the Oregon Plan report. So that's also where the same information sources are also drawn from to produce that information on matching funds.
Thank you.
Jamie?
Thanks, incredible report. And, you know, anyone just even watching this segment, we talk about, it just so underscores the value of OWEB's work. We talk about telling our story. Someone watch this presentation and just go, wow. So great job, everyone. Really appreciate that. I especially enjoyed the discussion on the Ashland forest restorations. This is my old stomping ground. So what occurred to me and what I think of for that forestry or that forest is the watershed for the city's drinking water. So I noted that it was in the fine print in that report, it talked about it not having a negative impact on the city's drinking water, no erosion or sediment. Although I do imagine in the long run that probably has a net positive impact on the city's drinking water in terms of a long-term net benefit. And just a comment on Bruce's question. So I just want to remind us to kind of stay in that uncomfortable space between good ideas and unintended consequences. So I think the match requirement in concept, absolutely. It shows bang for the buck. It shows leveraging, all those arguments. And the question I'll just flag is, are there unintended consequences? Does it include non-traditional partner involvement? I mean, we just have to think through some of those things if we're establishing match as a criteria, because clearly a match will come from folks who more do this type of traditional work. And if we've got some people stepping into this space who don't have some of these partnerships in place, they won't necessarily be able to bring this level of match to the table. So we don't want to lose that. And even the example of Deschutes County, and I'm proud that was a great plus example, being a Central Oregonian. But I'll also note that Deschutes County tends to have a much more wealthy population than other counties throughout the state. And so there's some allowance that people have the time and energy, and other organizations can step in. So as we're thinking about that very great idea of how to leverage and make the argument for our work, we don't want other folks to drop off the table. So just flag that. And then something else that came up partially from the final conversation, and I just want to say up front, I'm not suggesting this is specifically OWEB's lane, but I just, as you're talking about, actually it was the reflection on property owners. So obviously key stakeholders are property owners. It made me think of current property owners versus historical property owners. And that has tied into the politics and some of the issues that have happened in this state. And so that really ties into that story over time. And so, I don't know if this is something we can ever get to in these types of reports, but these often provide a fairly narrow snapshot of time. And it's great. So again, I think the reports are fabulous. One thing that just struck me is if there is an existing database that we can even point to, so it's not creating a whole other boatload of work, but some sense of what's the story of these areas over time and what's the trajectory that we're on for them. Again, I'm not suggesting that this is, and I don't know if the report that Kelly referenced would have that kind of data in it. I'm not familiar with it, but it just struck me of that sense of incorporating. It ties into the conversation we had about Indigenous knowledge in areas. So it's just a thought. It doesn't really come with any kind of recommendation.
Thank you, Jamie. Bruce?
I apologize for asking my question, obviously, and maybe incorrectly. I don't know if what I understood your answer was that our progress reports only reflect outcomes that were paid for directly by OWEB grant money. And so any additional work that was paid for by matching funds, and I recognize the important that matching funds are not the be all end all, but in the case of Deschutes, what it sounds like is there would be almost twice as much or more than twice as much work that was actually conducted if all we accounted for in our outcomes was the what was paid for by the OWEB grants. So somewhere along the line, I'm still confused on how matching grants and our progress reports and the actual funded amounts calculate.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. I'll offer some clarification and then an opportunity, I guess, for the team as well. But I think the way I see it and describe it would be the reports focus on, what OWEB has funded plus what is reported to OWEB as matching funds. So think of that as two concentric circles. And then beyond that, especially, I think the Willamette might be a good example here. And I'm looking around to see if Taylor and Denise they're nodding, so that's good. But I think like going more broadly in the Willamette, for example, there's a lot of investment by other funders as well. And I think the point that we're kind of distilling down to is that third concentric circle is not necessarily reflected in these reports. So the reports are showing, what OWEB has invested in, what folks are saying they're matching those OWEB funds with. And I'm wondering if folks want to add another example. Maybe Taylor's got an example.
Yep.
Well,
Taylor?
I was just going to give a little context on the Willamette. So it gets even more complicated than what we've expressed because, as we mentioned, the FIP is part of a joint funder initiative in the Willamette. And some projects actually come in and are only funded by Meyer and BPA and don't receive any FIP funding. And so then that wouldn't be reflected in the match category either. So it kind of becomes the question of where do we draw the line to present the most pertinent information? Is this a document that's reporting to the board on an OWEB investment, or is it supposed to be useful for the partnership to reflect what they've actually achieved? And threading the needle is difficult, and so these discussions are helpful, I think, going forward. That's all I had.
I think, and you guys, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but basically the funding that you see in that funding section paid for the outputs that are later in the report. And so some of those outputs had a proportion of match and a portion of OWEB funding. The match could be from multiple funding sources. But with most FIPs, they are doing actions again that are broader than just producing those outputs in other places. For example, in the Grand Ronde, they were just focused on specific sub-watersheds. They were also doing work in other sub-watersheds in the basin that were funded by BPA, and those aren't going to be represented either as match or as outputs in the report. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the most direct way, maybe, hopefully, to answer that is that the funding that's represented, both match and OWEB funding, paid for the outputs that you see further in the report.
can also just really briefly add that for the Deschutes, I think I haven't specifically looked at these numbers, but I think probably part of what you're seeing there is reflecting that the Opal Springs Dam fish passage was completed through the FIP. And I'm certain that that project is one represented in that progress tracking report in the cumulative results in the cumulative funding. And also I believe that it included a lot of match funding. So that may explain that specific example.
Dan Brown.
Hello, Dan Brown for the record. I kind of wanted to just, sort of reiterate what others have said about how great these stories are. And I really appreciate the lessons learned. And on, I'm hoping that these will be great resources forever. I was particularly intrigued with that Ashland one, because they were doing work that can be, pretty controversial, thinning out stands and putting prescribed fire on the land. And I was really, I'm really intrigued about the social monitoring aspect of that. Working at EPA, there's always a lot of issues with smoke and the social acceptance of that. So I'm actually sharing this internally here to see if there's some lessons learned that we can follow up on in that really important kind of social licensing part of the work. So I, just thanks for doing the reports and kind of sharing that kind of information so that others can kind of grab it and see how they can leverage it and work outside of OWEB. That's all.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you guys for great work. It's a great report. It's great tools. So thank you very much. All right, Liza Jane, I pass the baton to you.
So we're at the end of our meeting with other business, and I will check in with Lisa first, see what we need to do, if there's any you have.
We do have other business, and this is important other business. We need to say thank you to Randy for his service on the OWEB board. This is likely his last meeting. There is a governor's nominee pending confirmation out. He's served his 8 years. Randy, in the little time I've been able to work with you, you are absolutely a statesman. And thank you for all you have done for OWEB over the years and your contribution to the board and Oregon Natural Resources. As a recognition of some of your work, we have a small memento for you, and I'm going to let Eric Hartstein talk about it because he's responsible for this wonderful idea.
Thank you, Lisa. And Randy, for you, given your background and interests, we wanted to get you a fly box. So a gift that is hopefully fairly useful for you. But also inside the box, we have some representative flies from each of the 6 regions around the state. So for the region 1, so the Northwest Coast, we have I'm probably going to get this wrong, try to do this upside down, a Borden special here for fishing for steelhead. Region 2, so Southwest, we've got the rogue ant for those half pounders in the rogue. Region 3, Willamette, we've got the March brown for the cutthroat rainbows in the Willamette. Region 4, so we're
back in Central Oregon. We got the stonefly. Region 5 is I know this is not for native fish, but it's a big woolly bugger, really cool looking thing for brown trout in the Oahe. And then Region 6, a muddler minnow for fishing steelhead out the John Day. So please accept this gift on our behalf. It's been such an honor working with you from OWEB staff. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much, Eric. I'm surprised you had to use notes to identify those flies, but I'm going to make tremendous use of that. I'm going to try them in all the places you suggested, and I appreciate it very much. I told April that you all know that I'm kind of shy and introverted, so I don't want this goodbye to get prolonged, but I want to thank everybody so much. For those members that are new to this board, to tell you how ancient I am, I was nominated for the board by Governor Kitzhaber, and I worked under Tom Byers briefly, and then Maida, and now under Lisa, who I'm just so excited is going to create her own legacy here at OWEB. Obviously, I've said this before, that this involvement, I've had the good fortune to be on many boards over my life because I'm old, and this is really the most fun and the most rewarding involvement that I've ever had. And it's not just due to the many friends I made on the staff and on the board, but also because its mission is the most important in my life. And so I want to thank all of you. I'm so excited that my successor will be Lindsay after she passes muster with the Senate Ways and Means Committee. I was reflecting today how incredible tribal members on the board have been during my tenure. I came on when Eric Quimps was co-chair with Dan Thorndike, and Eric from the Umatilla tribe, just an amazing talent who's now on the Water Resources Commission, and who I consider a good friend. Jason was amazing. It was such a pleasure working with him, and it's clear from this meeting that Kelly is more than able to fill his shoes, and I'm excited for Lindsay because she has a background and credentials for really adding value to the core mission as a restoration biologist and from a fish and wildlife background. The governor's made a really an inspired choice, and I'm so happy that she will be on the board. So I hope our paths cross in the future, and I'll be watching this board carefully in my retirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. If you'll allow us in your introvert and shy way to just hang tight, because I'd really like for the board members who choose to have an opportunity to express their sentiments to you. And so if you'll hold on, I'd really like for that to happen. I'll start with Gary because his hand's up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marshall for the record. Randy, as all of us here on this board now that you have been here with us for our whole time. And I just really appreciate what you've done and what you add and what you bring. And I've noticed over the years you have a very kind, warm, and generous heart. And another thing I've noticed and I've watched, I listened to and enjoyed some conversations at dinner and at breakfast over the years, and the conversation always goes to fishing, 95% of the time with you. And so, and I thoroughly, so I, you have that in your heart and your passion, and your hands are made for a spare rod, so I can see it. So thank you, Randy. And I don't like to say goodbye. This is my least favorite part of OWEB is the board members' retirement. But so I will just say I do hope our paths cross, and until then, so long.
Well, thanks, Gary. Coming from you, that's particularly meaningful. I don't know. I think Stephen might be the only member of the board who was on the board when I came on. So he can correct me if that's wrong, but the quality of this board now is just exceptional. And I'm so happy for OWEB to have the composition that is in place.
Thank you. Steve.
Well, Randy, yes, you're right. I am the oldest serving member of the board, and I had a lot of fun being on the board with you for the whole 8 years you were here. And you know, Gary really said it far better than I could. It seems right from the start, you know, you were what I would call just a really nice guy, and pleasant to talk to, fun to have dinner with or breakfast with, and always, even when you were chair, you were still a nice guy as co-chair, and always had good ideas, thought things out well. I enjoyed your fishing stories, and you are really going to be missed. You know, I'm really going to miss having you on the board. To me, you just seem like you are the board, you are part of the board, and it'll be a huge hole when you're gone. And I do hope we get a chance to see each other and work together at some stage in the future. And I will miss you.
Thank you.
Molly.
Hi, Randy. I just want to take a minute to say thank you for everything that you've done. You say you're a quiet guy, but I am always so impressed by the thoughtfulness of your comments and how you do contribute to everything that OWEB stands for, and have been really a nice role model for how to infuse your own knowledge and experience into the mission of the agency in a very thoughtful, kind, and generous manner. So I just really have appreciated getting to know you. I wish you all the best, and I really do hope that our paths continue to cross. So
thanks, Molly.
Thank you, Molly. Meg, and then Paul.
Thank you. Randy, I just wanted to say that from the very beginning, working with you, your devotion to the state and its watersheds has been like the hallmark for me of everything, all of your participation. It's really come across, and I have really appreciated it, and I'm going to miss it. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Meg.
Thank you, Meg. Paul, and then Eric.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I just want to harken back a little bit to the discussion we had earlier of you know, in-person versus virtual meetings. And I was going to say probably the most persuasive argument for having in-person meetings is getting to have you know, hangout time with Randy. So So hopefully you can still have that. And, I just want to offer to Randy, if you need someone to net fish for you sometime, let me know. Happy to do that. Carry your luggage or net fish. Thanks.
Good. You'll hear from me, Paul.
All right.
Eric.
Yes, I just want to, thank you, Randy, not only for your contributions to the board, but to conservation in the state in general. And I just want to say that it was a great learning experience for me when I came onto the board to watch you operating as a co-chair. I feel like I really learned a lot from you about how to operate that way. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric.
Jamie.
Randy, just thank you. You were co-chair also when I joined the board, and I always remember you setting such a positive tone always. I mean, this is a great board and great staff, and it's a great organization to be a part of, but you really helped to set a strong and steady and calm and let's positively move forward tone for the whole board. And you would create space for people, and it almost felt like I felt this way. Others probably did as well. You almost like took us under your wing and encouraged our engagement. I remember on committee work, you would send articles and introduce to people, and you always stayed engaged and really, it was always about how you could help. And you're a person who tries to stay out of the spotlight, but you have such an impact and are such an asset. And then also it just not on a personal level. I mean, the work you've done to really support the growth of OWEB and expanding and being open-minded to new ideas. I recall a very personal time, and this was, I don't even remember how long ago this was. We were starting the conversations on DEI, and I remember sharing a very personal and vulnerable story with the board, trying to really emphasize how important DEI work was, and everyone was real respectful. But you had this like thumbs up thumb, you were waving excitedly in the background, and I remember my heart just leapt. It's like this sense of like, no, I got you, keep doing it because I got you, and that's just who you've always been. So thank you so much.
You're a great model for a good board member, Jamie.
Thank you. Bruce.
My friend, Mr. Labby.
Uh-oh.
35 years ago, when I was moving to Oregon, a better man than I said, gave me a little thing, and it said, "What is required of you is to act justly, to love mercy, to walk humbly with your God." And I can't think of anybody that I know who has done a better job of that than you. I'll see you soon.
I look forward to it, Bruce. Thank you.
Oh, Dan.
Well, Randy, I can't top anything that anyone hasn't already said, but I will say this: congratulations. I'm envious, I'm thankful, and I'm grateful. I'm really, I've got to say, disappointed that I didn't get to meet you in person, being a newer non-voting OWEB board member. But I don't see that as a lost opportunity because contributions like those that you've given for many, many years, they live on. And so I look forward. It's not a goodbye. I look forward to the day that you and I can share some time on the river. Unlike Paul, I know how to net fish maybe a little bit better than he can, but would love to spend some river and soul time together and to get to know you on that one-on-one. But really, most of all, it was touched on yesterday, as folks like you and other legends in this great state of Oregon, like the late Frank Moore, move on to other phases. It just, you're in that same league of people who have made such an impression on the state, its people, its communities, and conservation, and that can't go unnoticed. So thank you for all your years of service.
Thanks, Dan. It's really bittersweet for me. I miss all of you so much, but maybe I'll have a few more years wading the rivers, a little more time to do that. Thank you.
Barbara.
So Randy, when I came on the board, you were co-chair and you became my beacon to learn the mission of OWEB. You were just very thoughtful and kind. You're just engaged. I always really appreciated hearing what you had to offer to the conversation. So I just want to say thank you for your kindness and your grace. And I will miss you on this board and till we meet again.
Thank you, Barbara. I hope we do.
Oh boy, my turn, Randy. So something you do that I love is you tell stories, and you'll say, I have a story, and then I'm just like hunkered down, and I love to listen to that. I think it's a wonderful thing. And my story is before I came on the board. I get shy too, and I really have trouble speaking in public. And I was asked to speak to the Nature Conservancy advisory group, and a big bunch of people from the community. It was a giant crowd, and I was horrified, but I wiggled through it all right, and I could see your smiling face. And then a year or two later, you told me that night it was good, but when the Maida was interviewing me for the board, you told me that you still remember that and said, that was really good. You did good. And the important part of that story is that you do that for so many people, that little encouraging seed that they can carry forward with them. And I carry that forward with me. When I get up in front of people and I'm scared to death, I remember that you said, I can do this. Like I did it good once, and Randy said so. So I'm going to be able to do this. And that kind of, encouragement and support, you've done that to make this land a better place. You've been there through kindness and strength. The way you lead the board, what I watched you do was you have respect for people, and you make sure that they have an opportunity to be heard. When I was first learning the board, I felt a little bit like I was stalking you, because I always tried to sit by you and get on the bus next to you, because we could talk fishing, but I felt safe with you. And I think that's that heart that we've talked about. I'm just really deeply grateful, and you'll be missed. And I insist that you come fishing with me.
Well,
we're neighbors, remember?
We will.
Okay.
I guarantee we will, Liza Jane. And that evening was very memorable. You did such a great job.
I have one more thing, and I'm going to throw this in here. I was really hoping, I did get permission for this, by the way, that we would be here in April. And now I'm hoping that we will be here in July. And the Six Ranch will host a dinner the last night, and I really want you to join us. I might put you to work doing something if you're not, a board member, but please try. You'll be invited, and I hope you can join us that night.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for everything. And we'll just plan a Grand Run or Wallowa River junket.
Good. All right. It's been a great board meeting. Thank you, everyone, for all your work and deep thought and open conversation. I think we got good work done, and please take care. Barbara, shall we adjourn? All right. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.